Chapter 694. Hu Xiaoheng left the T3 terminal with a cold expression. He completely ignored the guests who had come with Kai Songyin to welcome Tan Guiren. When he walked out of the Imperial Capital International Airport, the Special Operations Forces vehicle that Yin Shixiang had brought was already waiting. 3 or 4 military vehicles surrounded Hu Xiaoheng's car tightly. Other normal vehicles couldn't get close at all and could only stop and watch from a distance. Kai Songyin's personal assistant said awkwardly, "Madam, is Major General Hu still going to the Senate?" They had agreed to bring Tan Guiren and Hu Xiaoheng to the Senate to attend Tan Dongbang's first televised speech since being elected Prime Minister. Therefore, Kai Songyin had specially contacted her friends in the media world to carefully organize this small welcoming ceremony. But this had happened in the end. Although Kai Songyin felt uncomfortable, she still kept a smile on her face. "Of course, it's fine. We'll go first and let General Ji know when we get there." Would he dare not go if General Ji asked Hu Xiaoheng to go? Only Tan Guiren was very uneasy. After a moment of silence, she said, "Mommy, Mr. Hu still has things to do. Let's go ourselves. Don't make things difficult for him." TSK, you're being virtuous now. Girls are really attracted to their husbands. Kai Songyin was very happy. How could she not be happy that her precious daughter was finally enlightened? Tan Guiren forced a smile and said, "Mommy, he already has a girlfriend. Don't say anything more." "Huh, who said he has a girlfriend? A girlfriend that the family doesn't acknowledge is just a female friend. Don't you understand that? Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's go see your father. He misses you so much." Kai Songyin held Tan Guiren's hand and walked to the terminal door. Hu Xiaoheng bowed and got into the car. He sat in the middle seat in the back with Yin Shixiang beside him. Ma Qiqi didn't sit in the same car as them. Instead, she got into the car behind and sat with a female Special Operations Forces colleague. Zhao Liangse sat in the front passenger seat. There was a full car communication system there that could be connected to the central control room. Fan Jian immediately started the car and sped towards the Special Operations Forces. Hu Xiaoheng only gave him 30 minutes. He would have to ride a roller coaster to complete the task. Yin Shixiang began explaining Gu Nianji's situation as soon as he got into the car. "By the time I received the news and was summoned back to the Empire, Nianji had already been missing for more than 10 days. He continued, however, Professor, he is actively searching for her in Germany. We can work with him." Hu Xiaoheng's face was expressionless, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching, showing that he was furious. However, he was used to not showing his emotions, so not many people could understand his anger. "You're saying that we only received news of Nianji's accident more than 10 days after it happened? Get me the duty list. Who was with Nianji when she disappeared?" Hu Xiaoheng deliberately ignored the conversation about He Zhichu. His voice was low and gentle. It sounded very pleasing to the ear, but it carried an incomparably heavy pressure. Yin Shixiang's forehead was covered in sweat. No one followed us," he stammered. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze swept over. His jaw tightened and his lips pressed into a thin line. "No one. Looks like someone wants to be shot." Narrowing his eyes, Hu Xiaoheng's voice seemed to come from the depths of the earth. It carried the aura of death. "Nianji's security level is Special A, the same as General Ji and Speaker Long. It's 1 level higher than the Prime Minister. Tell me, who had the ability to make her disappear for more than 10 days before receiving news?" Not only was Yin Shixiang's entire body trembling, but his voice was also shaking. "Not long after you left the country for the mission, Nianji's security level was completely revoked. So when she left the country, she was just a normal citizen. There was no one following her 24/7, and no one checking her GPS 24/7. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Yin Shixiang. He chuckled softly and clenched his fists. In that instant, Hu Xiaoheng thought about how his mission had almost failed because of the traitor's betrayal. He had no choice but to stay abroad for a few months. If he hadn't been quick to react and had more trump cards than others, he would have definitely fallen this time. Once he fell, Nianji would have no one to protect her. She could only be a piece of meat on someone else's chopping board. Looks like it was a series of plans. Hu Xiaoheng slowly leaned against the back of the car, but his body did not relax. His voice gradually became icy. Revoke? Who agreed to it? Who executed it? Big Xiong, don't tell me you don't know anything. Yin Shixiang trembled so hard he almost jumped out of his seat. He quickly said, reporting to Chief. The list of names has been verified. We await your punishment. Although he had not been able to track down Nianji's whereabouts for various reasons these past few days, he had done a lot of work. He had investigated all the suspicious points that Hu Xiaoheng had raised. He had also compiled a list of the people responsible. Hu Xiaoheng expressionlessly looked out the window at the passing streets. He said dryly, then what are we waiting for? Arrest her immediately. What? Yin Shixiang was stunned. Arrest. Arrest her. But. The people who proposed the revocation and executed it were all the military Supreme Council. Most people did not have the rank to make such a decision. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched. I really can't wait. Of course, he could not arrest someone of her rank. But was he going to let her go just like that? That was wishful thinking. Give me the list. Hu Xiaoheng opened his hands to Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang took out an electronic notebook and placed it in Hu Xiaoheng's hands with both hands. Hu Xiaoheng looked through them one by one. The Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council only had 7 people, but the entire Supreme Council had more than 50 people. There were a total of 3 people who proposed the revocation of Gu Nianji's security rank and executed it. They were all from the Supreme Council. Of course, they were not members of the Standing Committee. However, the proposal by these 3 people was also approved by a majority vote. The specific reason was that they believed that Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen, had already been found and was under military protection. This special A-rank protection should be given to Gu Xiangwen, not Gu Nianji. Back then, Gu Nianji had also been entrusted to Hu Xiaoheng's custody by the military, so they indeed had full jurisdiction over Gu Nianji. However, even though they had full jurisdiction, they purposely bypassed Hu Xiaoheng, who was the specific guardian. That was interesting. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the list expressionlessly and wrote a few words before passing it to Zhao Liangze. Report it to General Ji. Just say that I received a report from abroad that these people are traitors. Please ask the military police to investigate them and prove their innocence. Zhao Liangze was speechless. Sir, can you not be so blatant in your revenge? Zhao Liangze was speechless. Yin Shixiang was speechless. Sir, it would be perfect if you didn't say the word innocence through gritted teeth. At that moment, Zhao Liangze's car phone rang. He looked at it and saw it was from the car behind him. Zhao Liangze picked up. What is it? Ma Qiqi's anxious voice came from the phone. Is Brother Xiong there? I want to ask you, where are you going? Nianji was beaten. She was electrocuted. Why aren't you going to save her? What nonsense are you talking about? Electrocuted. Hu Xiaoheng looked in the direction of the car phone. How did you know? I have the video on my phone. Those bad guys sent it to me. Ma Qiqi was frightened by Hu Xiaoheng's tone. She shrank her neck and raised her phone timidly. Brother Xiong has it too. I forwarded it to him. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Yin Shixiang, but before he could ask, Yin Shixiang had already raised his hand and said quickly, "My phone was confiscated." General Hu confiscated it. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He simply said, "Stop the car." Hu Xiaoheng's car screeched to a stop on the shoulder of the highway. Ma Qiqi's phone was quickly delivered to Hu Xiaoheng. The car started again. Hu Xiaoheng pressed play and Gu Nianji's screams rang out in the car. The veins on the back of Hu Xiaoheng's hand popped as he gripped the phone. Gu Nianji's beautiful face wasn't very clear on the 5-inch phone screen, but he could see that her face was swollen and badly deformed. However, she looked at the camera anxiously and not fearfully. She was worried. What was she worried about? Hu Xiaoheng's fingers slowly moved to the phone screen. He wanted to caress her deformed face, but as soon as he touched the phone screen, he immediately retracted as if he had been electrocuted. It was as if he was afraid that if he used too much force, she would be in pain. Yes, she would be in pain. It would be very painful. When she was by his side, she would act coquettishly in front of him for half a day even if she was pricked by a needle. He was busy with work and usually ignored her coquettishness. However, as long as he occasionally had the time to touch her head, she would smile happily like a blooming flower. She was so dazzling that he couldn't look away. However, he also remembered that last time in the blue hole, Nianji had almost been paralyzed by the electric shock. However, she had acted as if she didn't feel any pain in front of him. He didn't know when it started, but she had even been hiding her pain from him. She only wanted to show her best side in front of him. This Gu Nianji made his heart ache even more than when she liked to act coquettishly in the past. And he knew better than anyone how timid she was. When she first started working for him, she would often be awakened by nightmares at night. However, she didn't dare to disturb him, so she quietly hugged the small quilt and slept in front of his study. One night, he worked overtime until midnight. When he pushed the door open, he saw the tiny Gu Nianji curled up in front of the study, sleeping soundly. Only then did he know how insecure she was. From then on, no matter how busy he was, he would accompany her at night. He would accompany her when she woke up from nightmares in the middle of the night. He believed that as long as he was the first person she saw when she woke up from nightmares, she would no longer be afraid. Now, her nightmares had come again. Who would she see when she opened her eyes? His heart felt like it had been cut open again and then soaked in salt water. The pain was numbing. However, when he saw the same name written on every crack in his heart, he realized that she had become an existence in his life that he couldn't let go of. He would never retreat from her. He would never let go. It was the second night watch. Dear friends, you can get the third night watch with 2,100 monthly votes. Good night, everyone. Chapter 695. Hu Xiaoheng quietly stared at Ma Qiqi's phone, his expression unchanging. Even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi couldn't see any difference. Only he knew. His entire body was so stiff that he couldn't even breathe properly. He gripped the phone with one hand, his gaze so intense it seemed like he wanted to burn a hole in the phone screen. After watching for a while, he finally played the video from Ma Qiqi's phone and saved it to his own phone. He then passed Ma Qiqi's phone to Zhao Liangzi. Delete all the videos of Nianji. If she has a cloud account, delete them as well. Zhao Liangzi silently took the phone and checked it with the software. He then physically deleted both of Gu Nianji's videos. There's no cloud storage account. Only the phone has the storage. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said to the driver, Fan Jian, stop the car and tell the people in the back to take Miss Ma Qiqi back. The car screeched to a stop on the side of the road again. Yin Shixiang got out of the car and returned the phone to Ma Qiqi. Thank you for your hard work today. He added, don't worry. You won't be beaten for nothing. Ma Qiqi shook her head furiously. I'm fine, but you guys will save Nianji. Isn't that right? She looked at Yin Shixiang expectantly, her red and swollen face filled with fervent anticipation and desire. Yin Shixiang's heart skipped a beat. He looked away and nodded. Yes, but this is a secret operation, so it's not convenient for you to be here. That's good. That's good. Don't worry about me. Go back now. Go back now. Ma Qiqi quickly pushed Yin Shixiang into the car. Don't drive me. I'll call a car myself. You guys go save Nianji. I'll be fine even if I walk back. Of course they wouldn't let her walk back. Yin Shixiang said to the female colleague in the car, please take her back to B University. The female colleague nodded to reassure him. Yin Shixiang returned to the car and sped to the Special Operations Forces headquarters with Hu Shaoheng and the others. Ma Qiqi picked up her phone and sighed emotionally. Just as she was about to check the news, she suddenly realized someone had pinched her phone with 5 finger marks. Damn. Whose hand strength was that? Her phone had been deformed. This was the hardest sapphire phone screen. Hu Shaoheng closed his eyes and tried his best to suppress the anxiety in his heart. He asked Zhao Liangzi, have you found Nianji's location? Don't tell me they took back her GPS. Although no one was monitoring Gu Nianji's GPS 24 hours a day, the receiver was still on her, so her location could be found in minutes. Zhao Liangzi abruptly turned his head from the front seat and stammered. Hu Shao, I haven't checked yet, but I'm afraid it's too late. What's wrong? Yin Shixiang panicked. Little Zhe, what did you find? Hu Shaoheng opened his eyes and said calmly, speak. Zhao Liangzi reported to Hu Shaoheng with a dreamy, pained, and guilty expression, Hu Shao, those people won't let Nianji go. She hacked into the Gestapo's intelligence system and sent all the documents, really all the documents, encrypted and sent them to our email. Hu Shao, it's too late. What encrypted file? Yin Shixiang didn't understand and was very anxious. Little Zhe, can't you speak properly? Speak human language. We've already been delayed for a long time. Zhao Liangzi passed the information he found to the back seat. I created all these emails. I told Nianji about it and demonstrated it when I taught her how to be a hacker. As soon as I logged into our system just now, I received countless notifications from these emails. My inbox almost exploded. Zhao Liangzi's expression was unnatural. His eyes stared blankly. So many documents. From the number and scale, it's almost the entire German Federal Intelligence Agency system. All the documents, encrypted and unencrypted, system files, notebooks, data forms. This kind of thing has already been recorded in the history of intelligence in the entire world, let alone our country. Also, she's already a legend in the world of international hackers. Hu Shao, if Nianji was part of our system, she could replace you as the head of the Special Operations Forces with just this achievement alone. The military was a department that rewarded people based on their achievements, and the Special Operations Forces was even more so. Here, as long as you had achievements, it didn't matter how others slandered you. Similarly, you could suck up and use connections to get into a certain position, but you also had to have the ability to produce the corresponding achievements. If you couldn't do it, you would still be kicked out. Although this was a department that couldn't completely break away from reality, it used absolute ruthless competition to ensure its strength. Only by doing so could it ensure that the country's important weapons would always be in the hands of the elites, and in the hands of the most suitable people. Yin Shixiang skimmed through the information Zhao Liangzi had found and couldn't help wiping a cold sweat. He mumbled, Pink Piggy. Her code name is Pink Piggy. Are you sure this Pink Piggy is Nianji? It's definitely her. Zhao Liangzi closed his eyes. His eyes were red. Every programmer has their own style. These codes and algorithms can't be done by anyone but her. It's just that her environment was definitely not good, so the program was written in a hurry and was rather crude. But, as long as it works, it's fine. She seized the opportunity and probably directly hacked into the German Federal Intelligence Agency's internal network. This kind of opportunity is really too rare. Even I would have made the same choice if I encountered it, let alone her. For every person in the intelligence field, this kind of opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yin Shixiang was already speechless as he watched. Although many of the encrypted files couldn't be cracked in a short time, there were also many unencrypted files. He randomly flipped through a few and used the translation function that came with his email to read a few sentences. He felt his blood boil. It was the fervent gaze of a jeweler who saw a peerlessly beautiful diamond being unearthed. It was the supreme enjoyment of a gluttonous diner who discovered a peerless delicacy in a small village shop. It was also the top-secret information that all intelligence personnel were willing to exchange for with their lives. Do you understand now? No matter who has Nianji, what she did, they will not let her go. Zhao Liangzi's tears finally flowed. When he saw the video of Gu Nianji being electrocuted and heard her screams, Zhao Liangzi was very upset. His chest felt suffocated, and he wanted nothing more than to rush out and find the abuser and electrocute her to vent his anger. But when he saw this priceless information and thought of Gu Nianji's current situation, Zhao Liangzi couldn't say anything. He really cried. He cried uncontrollably. He had lived for almost 30 years, and he didn't remember crying like this after he was 5. This was the pain of being completely helpless in the face of a difficult situation. He knew that no matter what he did, there was no way to turn things around. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the information Zhao Liangzi had found, and his eyes darkened. He scolded Zhao Liangzi, "What are you crying for? A man doesn't cry even if he bleeds. If you cry again, get out of here." Zhao Liangzi quickly wiped his face and denied. "I'm not crying. The tears are flowing out on their own. I can't do anything about it." Yin Shixiang, damn. I really didn't know little Zay was so eloquent. He even dared to talk back to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and surprisingly didn't continue to get angry. He then lied through his teeth, "Since you're not crying, immediately locate Nianji and order all members of the Special Operations Forces to be in position. All German field personnel to be in position. Big Xiong, where did you locate Nianji last time?" Yin Shixiang's heart skipped a beat as he remembered the 2 field personnel who had lost contact. Looking at Hu Xiaoheng, he said fearfully. I didn't locate Nianji, but they did. They even sent 2 field personnel to Berlin to look for her." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched again. "Hurry up and finish what you're saying. What else is going on?" Yin Shixiang was so frightened that he couldn't even finish his sentence. He said in one breath, "They originally located Nianji, but they lost contact with the 2 field personnel who were sent to Berlin to look for her. They had no choice but to summon me back. But as soon as I came back, they commandeered the central control room to monitor the voting and counting of the votes. That's why I haven't entered the central control room yet." End of report. Zhao Liangzi finally turned on the GPS with a grim expression. However, he discovered that the GPS in the central control room was no longer connected to the vehicle system. He turned around and shook his head at Hu Xiaoheng. "Hu Xiao, the central control room cut off the connection to the GPS in the vehicle system. I have no choice." The deputy chief said he was afraid of leaks. Yin Shixiang quickly raised his hand to show that he really had no choice. Although he had a high military rank, he was only Hu Xiaoheng's personal secretary in terms of position. When Hu Xiaoheng wasn't around, it was easy for him to be a figurehead. That was how awkward it was to have no real power. The deputy chief. How dare he do that? Hu Xiaoheng punched the car door. Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang pretended not to see the punch that made a dent in the bulletproof steel car door. Hu Xiaoheng let out a long sigh and ordered Fan Jian, who was in the driver's seat, activate emergency mode. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't arrive at the Special Operations Forces by then, you'll be sent to the kitchen to feed the pigs. Fan Jian's entire body trembled. He quickly turned on the emergency mode and gave the order to the entire fleet. Instantly, the highway from the Imperial Capital International Airport into the city rang with the sound of an air raid siren. Several military vehicles really began to speed on the highway like a roller coaster. The rich heirs who had been racing on the highway in their sports cars all dodged to the side and watched the scene with their mouths agape. They had to admit, what Formula One? What NASCAR? In the face of these military vehicles that were truly as fast as lightning, they were all weak. Speed was the most important thing in war. Without speed, how could they talk about efficiency? Fan Jian really pulled out all the stops this time. Originally, it would have taken them another 10 minutes to arrive at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. However, under Hu Xiaoheng's pressure, Fan Jian shortened the 10 minutes that was already an extraordinary performance to 5 minutes. In the end, he managed to arrive in 21 minutes of the originally scheduled 30 minutes. Therefore, this stretch of road that would normally have taken them an hour and a half without traffic jams was completed in 21 minutes. It could be considered a record for the Special Operations Forces. When he got out of the car, Fan Jian's face was pale and his legs were trembling. However, Hu Xiaoheng had already opened the door and got out of the car. He walked directly to the central control room. As he walked, he ordered the disciplinary team to arrest everyone in the central control room responsible for monitoring the election for dereliction of duty and overstepping their authority for the next 3 days. Lock them in the detention room and have them write an explanation in a day. Repeat 3 times. This was the first watch. Today was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. The second watch monthly ticket was 2,100 plus 1 in the afternoon, and the third watch at 7 in the evening. Thanks to Qidian's Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life, PPL, and Xia Yundong Ning, for the 10,000 Qidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 696. The solitary confinement of the Special Operations Forces was a terrifying place. It was even more uncomfortable than the solitary confinement in the military. There were no tables or chairs, no beds, no windows, and no light. It was just a small square room, and after being locked in, one could only sit on the floor. Being locked in a place like this for too long was enough to cause a person's mind to collapse. Most of the time, when dealing with criminals, they didn't need to torture them. Just being locked in a solitary confinement like this would cause many people's mental defenses to collapse. Hu Xiaoheng's expression still looked very calm. As he walked, people continuously saluted him. "Hello, Chief. Chief is back. Thank you for your hard work, Chief." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and looked straight ahead as he walked into the central control room building. As soon as he stepped in, the head of the disciplinary committee, Zhou Qiyuan, surrounded the building with armed members of the disciplinary committee. This was Zhou Qiyuan's second move in the past month. The last time he led the members of the disciplinary committee was when they surrounded the Special Operations Forces hospital building. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at him and led the guards, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, into the elevator. A minute later, he was already standing in front of the heavy doors of the central control room. Although the central control room building was very tall, the control room was actually 6 floors underground. The buildings here were designed to defend against nuclear weapons. In other words, even if a nuclear war broke out, the facilities here could ensure that the entire country's military communications would be unimpeded. The value of this in modern warfare was simply immeasurable. The elevator they took went down, not up. Hu Xiaoheng saw Zhou Qiyuan come out of the elevator behind them and turned to look at him with his hands behind his back. Didn't I tell you to arrest the people who used the central control room to monitor the election and vote counting for the past 3 days? What are you doing here? Zhou Qiyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Reporting to Chief, these people are still inside and haven't come out. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched uncontrollably again, and his entire body emitted a murderous aura. Still inside. How long has it been? Are they going to wipe out the central control room? Hua Xiaoheng instantly remembered what Gu Nianji had done in the German Federal Intelligence Service. Although he still didn't know how she had done it, Hua Xiaoheng was a computer expert himself. He knew that in order to achieve what Gu Nianji had done, she had to have found a rare opportunity to directly enter the German Federal Intelligence Service's intranet. If he couldn't directly enter the intranet and could only probe the outer network, he wouldn't be able to wipe out everything. At the same time, his central control room was completely defenseless and in danger of being wiped out at any time. How important was this place? How could they let anyone in so casually? Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. Fine. Open the door immediately. Knock everyone out and take them away. He didn't dare to imagine what had happened here in the past few days. There were spies in the Special Operations Forces, the Army, the Cabinet, and the Senate. This Mother Kerr was a sieve. However, those people above them were still thinking about fighting for power and profit every day. They were shameless and shameless. Hua Xiaoheng's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't take it anymore and kicked out without waiting for Zhou Qiyuan to open the door for him. Zhou Qiyuan had just entered the password and was about to push the door open when he didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to already kick the door open. The heavy cowhide door swung open with a loud bang, startling the people inside. A man wearing thick glasses jumped up and was about to explode in anger when he saw Hua Xiaoheng come in. He quickly put on a smile. When did Hua Xiao come back? Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and stepped to the side. He looked at the deputy chief who was walking over quickly and said dryly, Colonel Hu, you've been in the Special Operations Forces for so many years. It must have been hard on you. Take them away. The members of the disciplinary team that Zhou Qiyuan had brought swarmed up. It was almost one-on-one. They hit everyone inside with the butt of their guns and knocked them all out. Remember to take them away and lock them in the solitary confinement room. They can't have any contact with the outside world. When they leave the solitary confinement room to write the confession materials, they can only be given pen and paper. They can't be allowed to touch the computer. Hua Xiaoheng ordered Zhou Qiyuan coldly and called little Zhe over. Back up all the systems for these 3 days. Don't worry about it for now. Connect to the Nandu satellite system first and locate Nianji's location. To Hua Xiaoheng, rescuing Gu Nianji was the most important thing now. Everything else had to wait. Also, he didn't plan on cleaning up the mess here. He had to show the higher-ups what kind of damage their whims had caused to the country. He had to chop off a few hands that shouldn't have reached out to serve as a warning to others. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi felt that Gu Nianji was definitely beyond saving. With what she had done, if she were here, she would have been shot already, but he could empathize with Hua Xiaoheng's heart. Just like himself, he wouldn't just watch the person he loved die. No matter what, he would definitely fight one last time. When Zhao Liangzi started the system, the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces had already entered a wartime state. All members were in combat mode. The branches of the Special Operations Forces across the country also received orders and began to be on standby. They sorted out and investigated one by one. Hua Xiaoheng only brought his trusted technical analysts to stay in the central control room and wait for Zhao Liangzi's location results. This result would determine what he would do next. He refused to believe what Zhao Liangzi said. Even though he knew what he said was correct according to common sense, he refused to believe it. He would rather believe that Gu Nianji, who had broken through all obstacles to escape when she was 12 years old, who had grown up with him for 6 years, and who had been carefully trained by him, wouldn't die without a sound. Even if she was going to die, she would die with a bang because she and he were the same kind of people in this aspect. Hu Xiaoheng's mind quickly thought of a way to rescue her. Should he use diplomatic means or rescue her in private? If he wanted a diplomatic solution, then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had to step in and negotiate with Germany through diplomatic channels. After all, Gu Nianji was too important to the country. She had made such a contribution, so he wouldn't let her suffer in vain. He would make sure she received the corresponding status and respect. This was justice that everyone owed her. If she had already, Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and didn't want to continue thinking about it. If she had already met with misfortune, he didn't know how to calm his emotions. It was like a ferocious beast roaring in his heart and constantly wanting to escape from its cage. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and slowly walked behind Zhao Liangze. He suddenly saw the global coordinates on the big screen in front of him and froze. This isn't Berlin, Germany. He remembered Yin Shixiang reporting to him that the Special Operations Forces had first located Gu Nianji in Berlin, Germany. Zhao Liangze also widened his eyes and said excitedly, "No, it really isn't. Nianji is on the plane. The plane has already left Germany." Yin Shixiang also rushed over and patted Zhao Liangze's shoulder. He said excitedly, "It must be He Zhichu. He Zhichu must have rescued her. Locate the plane. Let me see." Hu Xiaoheng felt a bit conflicted when he heard that He Zhichu might have rescued Gu Nianji. Of course, he was grateful to He Zhichu. At this time, no matter who saved Nianji, he would sincerely thank them. Zhao Liangze turned on the satellite positioning system and could clearly see the specific image of the ground coordinates. The plane was high up in the sky, so it was even easier to see it clearly. Soon, a scene of clouds rolling high up in the sky appeared on the big screen. The sky was so blue that one couldn't see the end, and between the blue sky and white clouds, a streamlined plane was flying at high speed. There was a capital He on the side of the plane, indicating that it was the He family's plane. Nianji is on the plane. Yes, the positioning system shows that she is on the plane. Zhao Liangze's voice trembled with excitement. He was even more impressed by He Zhichu's abilities. Gu Nianji made such a big mess in Germany, and he actually managed to get her out of it. It was unbelievable. However, Hu Xiaoheng was very cautious and carefully stared at the plane's flight path. He frowned and said, "No, this plane's flight path is wrong. It's not flying to us, but to the United States. Quickly connect to the plane's communication system and call him. Tell him that I want to talk to him and see if Nianji is on the plane." On He Zhichu's private plane, they were already thousands of miles high up in the sky. Gu Nianji finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, she didn't see the ceiling or the sky, but the plane cabin. Frowning slightly, she thought about it, and the memories from earlier slowly returned to her mind. He Zhichu sat over and held a glass of warm milk. "You're awake. Drink some milk." Gu Nianji took it. Her arms were sore and weak, and her whole body was weak. She didn't need to look in the mirror to know that her eyes must be swollen like peaches. "Professor He, where are we now?" "On the plane." He Zhichu opened the cover of the plane's window slightly, and sunlight immediately streamed in. Gu Nianji felt a sharp pain in her eyes and instinctively covered them. "Oh. Your eyes hurt." He Zhichu quickly put down the cover and got up to take the small medical kit from the plane. He found a small ice pack for her eyes and said, "Here, apply it." Gu Nianji finished drinking the milk and slowly laid down to close her eyes. He Zhichu gently placed the small ice pack on her eyes. A wave of coldness seeped into her heart. Gu Nianji murmured, "Professor He, thank you for saving me. It must have been very troublesome, right?" She knew what she had done and what department she had offended. The difficulty of being able to escape from that department in one piece was not something that could be explained with just a few words. Gu Nianji thought about how much He Jichu had sacrificed for her and how he had treated her so well. She thought about how Professor He had treated her so well, and she really couldn't repay him even if she gave her life. It's good that you're fine. Don't think too much about it. He Jichu held her hand. Go to sleep. We'll be home when you wake up. Gu Nianji agreed and didn't say anything else. Not long after, the phone in He Jichu's hand suddenly rang. He looked down to see it was a German number. It was the number of the German Federal Intelligence Service. He thought about it, stood up, and walked to another cabin to answer the phone. This was his private plane, and there were many rooms on it. It looked like a small apartment and was very convenient and comfortable. He sat down in the cabin that he used as a study and answered the phone. The call was from Reinitz. Lawyer He, you sure run fast. You're already over the Netherlands in the blink of an eye. Reinitz's voice was slow and deep, and there was a metallic clang in his voice. It sounded very decisive and not as gentle as before. This is the second monthly vote of 2100 plus 1. Thank you all for yesterday's monthly votes. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Third night, 7 p.m. P.S. If the monthly votes reach 2,400 today, my fourth night will be given to you tonight. If not, I'll watch the third night tomorrow. It's all the same. Everyone is anxious. Mwah. Chapter 697. I'm just going home. I can't wait to go home. Is there a problem? He Jichu's Hanover German was slightly reserved and arrogant, comparable to Reinitz's. Yeah, it's good that you're home. Reinitz was silent for a while before asking, is she okay? He Jichu paused and looked in the direction of Gu Nianji's cabin. She's fine. She just woke up for a while, then went back to sleep. He still owed Reinitz a favor for this matter. If Reinitz went against him and risked his life, He Jichu would be in a lot of trouble. It wasn't that he couldn't save Gu Nianji, but if he killed so many people in Germany, especially German intelligence agents, the enemy would be furious and use more force to pursue them. He Jichu didn't want Gu Nianji to be chased by German soldiers with him. He wanted her to be healthy and happy among the people, and he definitely didn't want her to become a wanted criminal. That's good. Reinitz sighed deeply. Let her rest. This was recorded at my house. I think you'll need it. With that, Reinitz hung up and sent He Jichu an audio recording. He Jichu opened it and heard Gu Nianji crying in his arms. I'm a little beggar who was picked up. I shouldn't have wishful thinking. I don't deserve to be with him. I reap what I sow. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. He couldn't listen anymore and pressed the stop button. He put one hand on his forehead and leaned against the armchair. His expression was cold, like he was making a difficult decision. At that moment, the flight attendant knocked on the door and said with surprise, Mr. He, there's a Mr. Hu Xiaoheng on the plane's intercom. He wants to speak to you. More accurately, it was the intercom used by the plane to connect to the ground control tower. It was usually used by pilots. He Jichu frowned. Ask him what he wants. He didn't want to talk to Hu Xiaoheng, not at all. He had no choice in the past, but now he didn't care. He had to take Nianji home. The flight attendant quickly said, the pilot asked, and Mr. Hu said he wanted to ask if Miss Gu Nianji was on our plane. He also asked when we would arrive at their airport and that he would come pick you and Miss Gu up. He Jichu shook his head in amusement. How did you answer? We answered according to the route you instructed us to, right? The pilot said that Miss Gu was on the plane, but she was unconscious. Also, we're going to the United States. We won't be going to their airport. The flight attendant was very clear. She had indeed answered according to the route He Jichu had instructed. He Jichu wasn't surprised that Hu Xiaoheng could communicate with his plane, but he was more surprised that Hu Xiaoheng had found him so quickly. When Yin Shixiang had contacted him 3 days ago, he had said that Hu Xiaoheng didn't know about this. He Jichu sneered inwardly. As the head of the special forces, he couldn't even protect a woman. How could he still have the face to talk to him? Well, you said it very well. You can hang up now. He Jichu waved his hand and asked the flight attendant to leave. Walking out of the cabin that served as a study, He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji and saw that she was still sleeping with her eyes closed, so he went to another cabin to prepare for his return. Although Gu Nianji's eyes were closed, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It was like a hole had been drilled in her heart, and all her emotions had flowed out from this hole. But she didn't feel sad or sad at all. She only felt relaxed like never before. It turned out that letting go wasn't as difficult as she thought it would be. But it was too easy, and her heart was empty. Without faith, what could she use to fill the empty space in her heart? It was better to enrich herself first. When she returned, she would study hard and graduate early. Then she would find a job and live a quiet and carefree life. She would stay away from the social class that didn't belong to her. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and slowly counted sheep in her mind. She actually fell asleep again. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was serious. Both his hands were placed in front of the console in the central control room of the Special Forces headquarters. In front of him was a high-quality microphone. He waited for a few minutes, but He Jichu still refused to talk to him. Zhao Liangzi stared at the flight path of the plane and said nervously, "Hu Xiao, that plane is already flying towards the English Channel." He had already confirmed from the pilot that He Jichu was taking Gu Nianji to the United States. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the console expressionlessly for a while and tilted his head at Zhao Liangzi. "Go over there and be my assistant." Zhao Liangzi quickly gave up his seat and sat on the other side of the console. "Hu Xiao, what do you want me to do?" "Hack into He Jichu's plane and change their flight path. Before they realize it, the plane must fly to our country's air defense identification zone." As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he was already focused on turning on the supercomputer. He logged into his account and began to look for He Jichu's plane's communication channel with the ground and satellite. As long as he found the channel, there was a chance to hack in. After all, He Jichu's plane wasn't a heavily guarded military plane. Perhaps he didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to do such a thing, so it only took Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi less than 5 minutes to find He Jichu's private plane's communication channel with the ground control console. Hu Xiaoheng was the lead, and Zhao Liangzi was the assistant. The two of them quickly cracked the onboard password and entered He Jichu's private plane's control console system. The more automated something was, the easier it was to control it remotely. Planes nowadays were already very automated, so the pilot didn't need to do much. They only needed to input the flight path in advance and continuously exchange signals with the ground control console along the way. It was basically no more difficult than driving. After another 5 minutes, Hu Xiaoheng had already secretly changed He Jichu's flight path system. The plane just happened to fly over the English Channel. The blue sky and blue coastline reflected each other, and even the pilot was confused. The plane quietly made a turn here and flew in the direction of the Huaxia Empire. The pilot adjusted the autopilot control button and only paid attention to exchanging signals with the ground control console. Hu Xiaoheng also helped them clear the obstacles and informed the ground control console in advance that the plane was the Huaxia Empire's private plane and needed this route. He asked them to provide convenience along the way. It wasn't easy to suddenly change the flight path. Only Hu Xiaoheng, with the power of the entire country, could easily change the other party's flight path without being noticed. They nervously stared at He Jichu's plane and waited for another 2 hours until they confirmed that the plane had already flown over the Ukraine. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Hu Xiaoheng was still a bit worried. He ordered In Shixiang, go to the Air Force and watch them fill up their best fighter jets. Be prepared for battle. This time, no matter what, he had to make sure Gu Nianji safely returned to the Huaxia Empire. Only here could she truly be protected. He Jichu returned to Gu Nianji's cabin to read for a while and also felt sleepy. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he was affected and also slept on the other bed next to her. The lights on the plane were off. Other than the pilot and co-pilot, even the flight attendants were asleep. After half an hour, the pilot and co-pilot discussed for a while. Seeing that there were no problems and the airflow was stable, they decided to take turns to sleep. The flight was 10 hours long, and they hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. They could take the opportunity to sleep for a while. After they each slept for 3 hours, they found that they weren't facing the blue coast of the Atlantic Ocean, but the dense city lights. The two of them were speechless. Where is this? Have we arrived in America? It doesn't look like it. The two of them asked and answered their own questions. They looked at each other and saw the fear on each other's faces. What's going on? They panicked and checked the flight data records of the plane. Soon, the two of them exclaimed, "This isn't the route we set to America. Where are we going?" The two of them studied it for a while before confirming the end of the route. It was the T3 terminal of the Huaxia Imperial Capital International Airport. Oh no, oh no. Did we enter the wrong route? The pilot's face turned pale. After all, Mr. He was going back to the Huaxia Empire in the first place. Yes, I remember that too. I changed my mind later. The two of them were still dizzy. They dawdled for a while before asking the co-pilot to knock on the door of the cabin where He Jichu and Gu Nianji were. He Jichu was awakened by the knocking on the door. He rubbed his eyes and got up. He opened the window cover to look outside. He could only see dense, bright lights below. The sky was already dark, so he couldn't see where it was. He got up and opened the door. Seeing that it was the co-pilot, he nodded. Are we almost there? The co-pilot's face was flushed red as he muttered, Mr. He. We might have gotten the wrong route, He Jichu. It was the third watch. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. Good night, dear ones. If there was a monthly vote increase of 2,400 today, it would be very late. Dear ones could see the same tomorrow morning. If the monthly vote was less than 2,400, dear ones would also be anxious. It would arrive tomorrow anyway, and continue to the third watch. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 698. What do you mean we took the wrong route? We've been flying for 8 hours now, and you're telling me we took the wrong route? He Jichu was furious. Glaring at the co-pilot, He Jichu's eyes were about to spit fire. The co-pilot almost cried. We don't know what's going on. Everything is normal. If we really took the wrong route, the control tower on the ground would have warned us, but they didn't. We communicated with them the entire way, and everything was normal. The control towers on the ground all used radars to track incoming aircraft. Normally, they took the route that had been reported in advance. If it wasn't reported in advance, it would be treated as an emergency warning aircraft. In serious cases, it would be treated as an invasion of airspace and immediately destroyed. Many years ago, a South Korean civilian aircraft deviated from its original route by more than 600 kilometers and flew into the airspace of the former Soviet Union. It didn't respond properly after being warned, and was later destroyed by 2 air-to-air missiles from the former Soviet Union. More than 200 people on board were killed. However, He Jichu's private plane had reported to the control tower on the ground normally the entire way. The other side didn't think they were an invasion, which meant they must have reported the route in advance. However, they didn't know why the route wasn't to the United States, but instead changed 180 degrees to the Huaxia Empire. He Jichu went to the cockpit and looked at the pilot's control panel and instrument panel. His expression became even colder. If he guessed correctly, this was probably Hua Xiaoheng's doing. They hacked into his private plane's operating system and remotely changed the route. They also notified the control tower on the ground beforehand, so they were able to fly here without any hindrance. They were already over Kazakhstan and would soon enter the Huaxia Empire's aviation zone. He Jichu glared at the two pilots. What were you doing just now? Sleeping. Why did you only realize now? The two pilots touched their noses and lowered their heads in embarrassment. They were indeed sleeping. Although one was sleeping and the other was on duty, the one who wasn't sleeping didn't think there would be a problem with the route. This was a problem that occurred when one relied too much on computers and machines. He Jichu turned around and looked coldly at the data on the dashboard. He quickly made a decision. Contact Mongolia immediately. We'll change to Mongolia and refuel there. Then we'll fly directly to the United States from the Bering Strait. The two pilots nodded hurriedly and started to contact the Mongolians and Russians. These were all routes that they wanted to change. Hua Xiaoheng and his men waited in the central control room for another 6 hours before He Jichu's private plane finally arrived above Kazakhstan. It would soon enter the Huaxia Empire's aviation zone. At this moment, the warning signal that he had set for the flight route started beeping. Zhao Liangzi quickly typed out the data analysis and looked up in surprise. Hua Xiao, they seem to have discovered that their flight route has changed. They're not continuing to fly in our direction. They're diverting to Mongolia. This was to travel from Mongolia to Russia, then cross the Bering Strait and enter the United States. Hua Xiaoheng knew that there was no other way. In fact, the other party's reaction was much better than he had expected. After all, they had already flown all the way to the Huaxia Empire's aviation zone before they realized that there was an error in the flight path. If he had discovered it earlier, he would have had to pay an even greater price. He stood up and took the communicator to Yin Shixiang, who had already gone to the Air Force to wait for orders. Prepare 6 fighter jets. I want the latest supersonic fighter jets. Have the Air Force send 4 pilots, including you and me. We'll take off immediately. Little Zay will be in charge of ground control. With that, he strode out. Outside the central control room, everyone was on standby. They knew that something big had happened. Hua Xiaoheng did not answer any calls or see anyone for the past 8 hours. General Ji had called him several times from the Senate, but was told that something big had happened in the Special Operations Forces and that Hua Xiaoheng could not answer the phone. Later, the newly appointed Prime Minister, Tan Dongbang's first televised speech had to be carried out without Hua Xiaoheng. The empty seat next to the Prime Minister's daughter, Tan Guiren, received a lot of attention that night. On social media, everyone was gossiping about who the seat was reserved for. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't care less. He sped the entire way and had Fan Jian drive fast. He also used emergency mode and arrived at the Air Force base without any obstructions. He had a high military rank and used to be a fighter pilot. He was in charge of experimental piloting of new types of aircraft and had a very good relationship with the Air Force. Hua Xiaoheng felt like he had returned to his hometown when he arrived. All his orders would be carried out immediately. However, the Supreme Military Council still found out that he wanted to mobilize 6 fighter jets at once and fly with bombs attached. The old men were extremely shocked. They knocked on the table and asked General Ji, "What is Hua Xiaoheng trying to do? Is he trying to rebel?" General Ji didn't know what had happened to Hua Xiaoheng, but he knew that Hua Xiaoheng was not someone who acted recklessly. Every move he made had a plan and a purpose. He had always thought about the interests of the nation and the military. "Don't worry, I'll have Guanchen go take a look." General Ji understood that it was impossible to make a phone call now. They had to go to the Air Force Base to wait for him. Huo Guanchen was also a member of the Supreme Military Council and was very displeased with his son's arrogance. However, when Huo Guanchen arrived at the Air Force Base in the suburbs of the imperial capital, Wu Xiaoheng had already changed into a fighter pilot's uniform and helmet and was walking towards the latest supersonic Harrier. Xiaoheng! Stop right there. What are you doing? Huo Guanchen hurriedly got out of the car and called out to Wu Xiaoheng. Wu Xiaoheng did not stop and replied without looking back, I have a mission. Please wait a moment, General Hua. I'll report to you after I complete it. You unfilial son. How can you speak to me like this? Fine, I order you to stop all operations immediately. Obey the orders of the organization. Huo Guanchen was furious. Wu Xiaoheng had ignored him in front of so many people. Whether as a father or a superior, Huo Guanchen's dignity had been deeply wounded. Wu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Huo Guanchen. He said calmly, I don't accept random orders and I don't obey evil laws. Please don't stop me from carrying out my duties as usual. If there is a delay and the nation's interests are greatly damaged, will General Hua bear the full responsibility? Or will you share the responsibility with your military council? Huo Guanchen froze. Wu Xiaoheng did not seem to be angry, nor did he seem to be joking. What was he trying to do? I'm sorry, this is top secret and cannot be disclosed to unrelated people. Wu Xiaoheng said coldly as he boarded the fighter jet. The cockpit of the fighter jet slowly closed and the lights in the nose flickered a few times. Soon, everything was ready. The 6 fighter jets whizzed out of the runway and quickly rose into the air, flying northwest. The Huaxia Empire's latest 6 fighter jets had just flown out of the Huaxia Empire's airspace when they were discovered by the American and European satellite systems monitoring the area. The world's major media outlets were in an uproar when they received the news. Even the Huaxia Empire's own media outlets were discussing the new Prime Minister's first televised speech and the goddess-like demeanor of the Prime Minister's daughter. Countless people were sharing the same headline. #6 latest fighter jets flying out in formation. I'm also speechless. Was there going to be a war? However, there were also knowledgeable people who said that the 6 fighter jets' flight mode was to welcome guests. In other words, they were using the highest specifications of the nation's air force and the highest standards of etiquette to welcome guests. What kind of god would need such a high-standard welcome mode? The President of the United Nations? Or the Secretary General of the United Nations? It seemed like none of them. Because their specifications were to be escorted by 4 fighter jets, not 6. So who could it be? Could it be someone even more powerful than the President of the United Nations or the President of the United Nations? Just as everyone was in an uproar and the world's media were paying attention to the grand occasion of the Huaxia Empire's 6 fighter jets welcoming guests, He Zhichu discovered that their private plane had been blocked from all directions by the 6 fighter jets. Wu Xiaoheng's voice sounded from the intercom again. Mr. He, please fly according to the established flight route. I will welcome you at the Imperial Capital Airport. Get lost. He Zhichu was finally angry. Wu Xiaoheng. You're too despicable. Despicable. Mr. He, you're exaggerating. I'm only thanking you for saving me. Also, Nianji was on your plane and caused you a lot of trouble. I sincerely thank you. In the future, if you have any requests, as long as it doesn't violate moral principles or our nation's interests, I will comply. He Zhichu was so angry at Wu Xiaoheng's high-sounding words that he laughed. Major General Hua, you have quite a glib tongue. Unfortunately, it's too late. Accept your fate. If it weren't for me, Nianji would have already been killed by the Gestapo. What's the point of your belated comments? Wu Xiaoheng was silent for a while, then quickly perked up and said calmly, Mr. He already lost Nyenji once back then and almost caused her to lose her life. Being able to save Nyenji this time can be considered atonement. I thank you on her behalf. He Ji-chu. He was practically furious. As a great lawyer, he was actually rendered speechless by Hu Xiaoheng's words. In his anger, he recalled the video of Gu Nyenji crying in pain that Reinitz had sent him. He wanted Hu Xiaoheng to back off, so he didn't hesitate to take out his phone to find the audio and play it into the intercom. Hu Xiaoheng, you still have the face to mention Nyenji to me. Listen to it yourself. Gu Nyenji's painful cries instantly sounded in Hu Xiaoheng's headset. Professor He, I'm so sad. I'm really so sad. It's even worse than when they beat me or electrocuted me. I'm being tortured here, and he's beside another woman. He even helps her sprain her ankle. I can't take it. I really can't take it. I know it's not his fault. I know he definitely doesn't know what happened to me. But I still feel bad. I still blame him. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm not that great. I'm selfish. I'm petty. I don't care about the big picture. I don't care about the big picture. I don't have a father or a mother. I'm not a fair, rich, and beautiful girl. I'm just a little beggar who was picked up. I shouldn't have wishful thinking. I don't deserve to be with him. I reap what I sow. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. This is the 4th monthly vote of 2,400 plus updates. Thank you, dear friends, for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. I didn't expect the monthly votes to be so powerful. Fortunately, it's a weekend, so I can wake up at 7 in the morning to write. Today's monthly votes plus updates will be sent to you. Good night, dear friends. It's going to be Monday soon. Dear friends, I forgot about the recommendation votes. Chapter 699. Gu Nyenji's voice was hoarse from crying, and it sounded like a completely different person from her usual sweet and tender voice. But he clearly knew that it was Nyenji's voice. He originally thought that she was in extreme pain when he saw the video of her being electrocuted, but hearing her cry, he realized that there was something even more painful than that. I was wrong. I deserve it. These two sentences hit Hu Xiaoheng like a nuclear bomb, and he was instantly crushed into pieces without any effort. For a moment, Hu Xiaoheng's mind was in a state of almost unconscious blankness. He no longer saw the dark blue night sky before him, nor did he see the twinkling stars close at hand. There was no private plane in front of him that he had been so worried about. He only felt that he was in a boundless wilderness, where the world was long and the years had passed. He was like a traveler who had traveled thousands of miles in the desert. All his food had been eaten, and all his drinking water had been used up. But when he saw the oasis in front of him and thought that he had been saved from death, he suddenly collapsed. He heard her voice in the air and echoed in the wilderness. The wind lingered in all directions, and the rain was bleak. Every word came from the depths of her heart, entered his ears, and entered his heart. She exposed the deepest part of herself, and he could see her pain. It was the kind of pain that she couldn't let go, but she had no choice but to let go. The expression on his face didn't change, and his hands were still firmly gripping the plane's rudder. He looked straight ahead and didn't seem to be moved at all. But the shock of that moment was indescribable. It could only be described as empathy. He was in as much pain as she was in, and the pain was doubled. But he was a man who believed in bleeding but not crying. No matter how serious the injury, no matter how painful the pain, he would only smile and swallow it. Even if he was really blown to smithereens by a nuclear bomb, he would still return to protect the country in his heart. At that moment, he would rather turn into a gust of wind. Every time she felt the breath of the wind, it meant that he had returned to see her. But the woman he couldn't let go of, the woman whose name was engraved in every crevice in his heart, the woman he loved more than his life, was covered in wounds because of him. He didn't know that Nyenji was in Germany and was imprisoned, but she had also seen him in Tanguiran get off the plane. When she was at her weakest, when she needed help the most, and when she longed for him the most, he used his carelessness to give her a fatal blow. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips slowly curled into a faint smile. In his more than 10 years of military career, he had been tortured, shot, and fought against all kinds of outlaws like a savage in the rubber forests of Southeast Asia. He had a large area of skin grafting on his back, and the gunshot wound on his shoulder had almost pierced through his entire body. Fortunately, he was lucky that the bullet did not hit his shoulder blade, otherwise he would have been disabled. But all the suffering added up together was not as devastating as Nyenji's 2 sentences. Those sufferings only hurt his body, but her pain directly hit his soul. He already knew that being with her would be a huge gamble. Since she had already placed her bet, he could only accompany her to the end. He had squandered all his emotions on her, and when she no longer wanted him, he would have nothing and be completely broke. The girl who was 7 days away from turning 19, the girl who had been with him from the age of 12 to 18, had used this kind of determination to carve it into his heart. Those people were really scheming. They finally knew his weakness, so they raised their knives and ruthlessly stabbed the softest and most fatal part of him. But if they thought they could completely defeat him like this, they were gravely mistaken. Hu Xiaoheng held his breath and stared straight ahead. He was dazed for a moment, then said with focus. Nyenji was in so much pain, but you still recorded it. He Ji-chu, I really overestimated you. Don't you think it's despicable to tear open someone's scars and show them to others? Nyenji trusted you so much that she told you what was in her heart. Is this how you treat her trust? He Ji-chu actually regretted it as soon as he played the audio. He knew Reinitz had bad intentions when he sent the audio to him. It was recorded at Reinitz's home. Reinitz's home wasn't his real home at all, but a secret stronghold of the German Federal Intelligence Service. So it wasn't strange at all that there were all kinds of secretly recording devices. He clearly knew Reinitz's intentions, and he had no intention of showing it to anyone. However, when Hu Xiaoheng relentlessly chased after him, he lost his head in anger and played it to him without hesitation. Now that Hu Xiaoheng had hit on his guilt again, He Ji-chu clenched his fists and refused to back down. If others say that about me, I'll admit it. It's despicable, and I betrayed her trust. But only you can't, because you're the one who should hear it the most. What's wrong? Are you angry? Can't you get as far away from her as possible? Don't let her see you again. Hu Xiaoheng relaxed and said calmly, it's not up to you to decide whether she wants to see me or not. You have to let Nyenji decide for herself. Similarly, did you get her permission to take her to the United States? She was injured so badly by the Gestapo and is still in a coma. You still want me to ask her? Ha! Of course, He Ji-chu wouldn't let Gu Nyenji talk to Hu Xiaoheng. What was there to say? She had given up, and no matter how glib she was, it wouldn't change the truth. Hu Xiaoheng had already expected Gu Nyenji to be injured, so he said calmly, it's precisely because she's injured that you should hand her over to me. Only I can take care of her more safely. He Ji-chu understood Hu Xiaoheng's hidden meaning. He Ji-chu knew Gu Nyenji's special constitution better than anyone, even Hu Xiaoheng. This was also why he had been hesitant to take her back immediately. He still didn't have complete control over his hometown, and he hadn't caught the mastermind yet. He was afraid that if Nyenji went back with him, the tragedy from back then would repeat itself. But this time, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. As long as she was by his side, no one would dare take her away. These few times, those people had wanted to harm Nyenji, but they had secretly transferred him away before they dared to make a move. What did this mean? It meant that they were afraid of him, so afraid that they didn't dare to play tricks in front of him. So as long as Nianji was always by his side and didn't leave his sight, she would always be safe. And he could also act without worry and eliminate all the hidden dangers one by one. She only ended up like this because you took care of her. Are you sure? It was because I wasn't by her side that she was in danger. Hijichu, do you know that it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish? You have to protect her, not put her under your nose and watch her every night. Without freedom, how are you different from those people who want to imprison her? Hua Xiaoheng patiently reasoned with Hijichu. He didn't want to anger him, and Nianji was still in his hands. I imprison her. Hijichu couldn't take it anymore. If it was in the past, I would still be grateful to you for saving her and taking care of her. But now, look at how much suffering she has suffered because of you. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Hijichu wouldn't listen to any advice, and he had already detected that there were more and more fighter jets spying on them around them. They couldn't waste any more time here. Hijichu, think about it carefully. She was unscathed for 6 years with me, but ever since you came to her side, she's had bad luck. Do you really think she's in trouble because of me? Hua Xiaoheng finally stopped being polite. At the same time, he flipped his wrist, and the fighter he was piloting suddenly turned 90 degrees. The fire control radar quickly activated and locked onto a foreign fighter jet in their 9:00 direction. Bang! A series of interference missiles suddenly fired from the direction locked on by the fire control radar of Hua Xiaoheng's fighter jet. It emitted threatening smoke in the night sky, and then very quickly, a fighter jet with a plaster flag appeared and quickly left the 9:00 direction. See? There's more than our fighter jet here. Hua Xiaoheng reminded Hijichu, don't hesitate anymore. At least wait until Nianji recovers before making a decision. What do you mean? Hijichu was a bit anxious. He had also seen Hua Xiaoheng drive away the Japanese fighter jet with the plaster flag. Can you guarantee it? You can record my words now. If I go back on my word, you can play it for anyone to hear, including Nianji, or even my boss, my colleagues, or my subordinates. You can make me lose all my dignity. Hijichu's expression darkened. Fine, that's what you said. Repeat what you just said, and I'll record it. He turned on the recording button on his phone. Hua Xiaoheng said clearly, Hua Xiaoheng, agree to wait for Gu Nianji to make a decision after she wakes up. Whether she stays in our country or goes to another country, it's all up to her. Hijichu recorded it and replayed it for Hua Xiaoheng. You heard that. If you don't let her go, I have other ways besides this. I believe you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. With Lawyer He's methods, if you really want to mess with me, you naturally have a way. It's good that you know. Hijichu left the cockpit and went to Gu Nianji's cabin. Gu Nianji was still unconscious. Hijichu was startled to see her cheeks flushed red and her face like a peach blossom. He reached out to touch her forehead and found it was boiling hot. She had a fever. Hijichu composed himself and called her softly. Nianji. Nianji. How do you feel? Gu Nianji also knew she had a fever. Her entire body was burning, her lips were chapped, and her throat was burning. She answered softly with a raspy voice and opened her eyes to look at Hijichu weakly. Hijichu patted her head and asked quietly, Nianji, are you willing to go home with me? Gu Nianji's eyes were slightly closed as she stuttered. Professor He, aren't we going home? Hijichu hesitated before asking tentatively, yes, come back with me to the United States. Do you want to go? Why go to the United States? Gu Nianji frowned. The United States isn't my home. My home is in the Huaxia Empire. I want to go back to the Huaxia Empire. You still want to go back to the Huaxia Empire? I thought you already cut ties with Hua Xiaoheng. You still can't leave him. He Jichu's smile was a bit bleak and disheveled. No wonder Hu Xiaoheng always had the upper hand in front of him. He was so sure, she loved him, so he would always be invincible. And this position was originally his. What right did Hu Xiaoheng have to take it away? Although Gu Nianji had a high fever, she wasn't confused. She shook her head slightly. Although her voice was hoarse, her words were clear. No, I want to go back to the Huaxia Empire because my home is there. My studies, career, and friends are all there. As for Hu Xiao, I have nothing to do with him anymore. She no longer felt anything special when she mentioned this name. Nothing to do with him anymore. What if he insists? He Jichu was obviously worried. He didn't believe Hu Xiaoheng would let go. Gu Nianji was silent. No, he's not that kind of person. If she insisted on breaking up, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't pester her. She had been with him for so long. From an ignorant 12-year-old to a young girl who had her first awakening of love, she had used all her wisdom to figure out the seemingly unreachable and taciturn, iron-blooded man. Although she had lost completely in the end, she didn't regret it. If she hadn't loved deeply, how would she know what she really wanted? This was the first watch. There were a total of 4 watches yesterday. The last watch was at 11:00 p.m. last night. Dear friends, you forgot to check your watches. Today is Monday. Remind everyone to vote. The second watch was at 7:00 p.m. Thanks to Molly0707, PPLR and Crazy in Love with Little Rock, from Chidian for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 700. He Jichu quietly left Gu Nianji's cabin and went to the cockpit. He spoke to Hu Xiaoheng over the comms. Nianji has a fever. You have to hurry. Hu Xiaoheng nodded immediately. Roger. Prepare to return to the original route. We'll escort you. He Jichu looked at the 2 pilots. Follow the original route to the Huaxia Empire. The 2 pilots quickly changed the route and confirmed the ground navigation points. They were extremely busy. Hu Xiaoheng turned on the comms with the base. Little Zhe, let Zhou Qiyuan in. Zhou Qiyuan was the head of the Special Forces disciplinary team and also one of Hu Xiaoheng's 2 other secret personal secretaries. Zhou Qiyuan was waiting outside the door and immediately came in when summoned. Hu Xiaoheng personally told him, get Chenlai out and have him prepare an ambulance to the Air Force Base. Just say Miss Gu has a fever and he knows what to do. Zhou Qiyuan had obeyed Hu Xiaoheng's orders last time and arrested all the medical staff in the headquarters hospital building in the name of the disciplinary team. They were still locked up in the disciplinary team's temporary detention center. Zhou Qiyuan had already completed the first round of interrogation and found a few problematic people. Although the rest hadn't been released, they were treated much better. Chen Lai's situation was more special. Zhou Qiyuan was suspicious of him, but Hu Xiaoheng clearly trusted him. Hu Xiao. Zhou Qiyuan hesitated. Hu Xiaoheng immediately became angry. Go now. Roger, Chief. Zhou Qiyuan didn't dare say anything else and immediately saluted the microphone. The sky was already completely dark. When the Huaxia Empire's 6 newest fighter jets escorted a large passenger plane to the Imperial Capital International Airport's T3 terminal, the entire world was amazed and guessed what kind of person the Huaxia Empire would welcome with the highest standards. The relevant agencies quickly found out who the passenger plane belonged to, but when the cabin door opened, the Huaxia Empire's Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Military Council, Major General Hu Xiaoheng, walked out. He didn't walk out alone. In his arms was a person covered tightly with a thin blanket as he walked out of the plane's suspension ladder. As soon as they got off the plane, an ambulance arrived. Hu Xiaoheng directly carried the person into the ambulance. Who was this person? Almost instantly, photos of Hu Xiaoheng, wearing sunglasses and a major general's uniform, carefully carrying a person off the plane went viral. Previously, there had been people who had intentionally or unintentionally started the conversation and wanted to send Hu Xiaoheng and Tan Guiren into the same pile. However, the moment this photo was released, the fake reviewers were too embarrassed to come out and continue with the matchmaking. This was because the woman was actually at a disadvantage when it came to matchmaking. If she was not careful, people would say that she was throwing herself at the man. Therefore, they knew when to stop. Not many of the onlookers had actually seen what Hu Xiaoheng looked like, but they all recognized the gold star on his shoulder and his major general uniform. He had such a high position and such a high military rank, yet he was so cautious as he carried that person off the plane as if he was holding a treasure. Coupled with the 6 fighter jets of the highest standard, it instantly overshadowed the return of the new Prime Minister's daughter, Tan Guiren. Many people were guessing if the person Hu Xiaoheng was carrying was a woman because the figure under the thin blanket was unusually slender. Photoshop experts wished they could pluck out the image and analyze it from the inside out. Unfortunately, the quality of the image was very low and couldn't be enlarged at all, so there was no way to determine who it was. However, people familiar with them could tell who it was at a glance. Tan Guiren also saw this scene on her home TV and felt a myriad of emotions. Her mother, Kai Song-yin, was calling her friends in the media everywhere to ask if they had any information on who the person Major General Hu was carrying off the plane was. Unfortunately, she asked all the media in the imperial capital, but none of them knew who that person was. However, they recognized the private plane and the tall man in a trench coat walking behind Hu Xiaoheng. This man was, of course, He Zhichu. He wore large sunglasses and had a cold aura as he remained silent. Originally, everyone thought they were welcoming He Zhichu, but when they saw Hu Xiaoheng carrying a person off the plane, everyone understood. This person, who didn't even have a single strand of hair exposed from head to toe, was the real VIP this time. He Zhichu followed Hu Xiaoheng into the ambulance. Soon, the military vehicles in front opened the way, and the military vehicles behind surrounded them. The unassuming black ambulance flashed its emergency lights as it sped towards the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. Chen Lai began to take Gu Nianji's blood pressure, temperature, check for infection, and try to eliminate all kinds of acute wounds. Chen Lai's face was dark and he didn't even look at Hu Xiaoheng. From the moment Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji into the ambulance, Chen Lai didn't even look at him. Hu Xiaoheng also didn't say anything. He sat upright to the side and stared straight ahead, as if he wasn't looking at anything. However, everyone knew that no one or anything in the ambulance escaped his eyes. He Zhichu sat across from him and leaned against the wall of the ambulance with his arms crossed. His gaze only fell on Gu Nianji's face from beginning to end. Her every breath affected his heart. The ambulance screamed all the way and quickly returned to the hospital building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. Gu Nianji was lifted onto a mobile operating table and sent to Chen Lai's operating room with the help of several medical staff. Gu Nianji actually didn't need surgery, but she needed a thorough physical examination. Hu Xiaoheng wanted to know if she had been mistreated in any other way. He Zhichu didn't follow him in. Instead, he put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood in the hallway outside the operating room. He looked out the window and had a panoramic view of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. Hu Xiaoheng followed Chen Lai inside and watched as he performed various tests on Gu Nianji. Chen Lai waited until the CT data came out before saying to Hu Xiaoheng with a straight face, "She's fine," but she went through another round of torture. Just like the cat that was repeatedly thrown downstairs, it was thrown down again. As he spoke, he looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a mocking expression. "Tell me, who threw her this time?" Hu Xiaoheng sighed. "Are you sure she's fine? We'll find out tomorrow. It's not the first time." Chen Lai's smile became even more mocking. "Aren't you guarding against me?" You even let me participate in such an important examination. You know I can leak secrets at any time. I'm telling you, Hu Xiaoheng, or you can just kill me. That way, everything will be over and no one will leak your precious little secret. Hu Xiaoheng knew that Qianlai was venting his anger at being locked up for so many days for no reason. He glanced at him and asked, "How is Nianji's current condition?" "She's already running a high fever. She should be unconscious by now." "Don't worry, it's not the first time. I have all the data to check." Qianlai pouted. "If it wasn't for Nianji, do you think I would still care about you?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Fine, looks like you're determined to cause trouble today. Let's go to your office first. I'll talk to you later." "You said it yourself. You kept my people locked up all this time. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Qianlai angrily threw the documents in his hands on the table and turned to enter his office. Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the operating room. He Zhichu, who was waiting outside, said calmly, "Nianji is running a high fever. Other than that, there are no other problems." He Zhichu let out a long sigh and looked at his watch. "Fine, I'll go now. I'll call her when her fever subsides." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "I'll have Big Xiong walk you out." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze admired He Zhichu very much. Hu Xiaoheng would be more at ease with them seeing him out. He Zhichu didn't comment. He glanced at the half-open operating room door and seemed to see Gu Nianji lying calmly in the middle of a pile of equipment. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng bowed slightly. "Don't worry, all the data here will be destroyed. I'll personally see it destroyed." He Zhichu nodded slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to. Gu Nianji had been with Hu Xiaoheng for so many years and no one knew about her special constitution. It was enough to prove that Hu Xiaoheng was very careful in this area. "It's good that you know. This is the last time I'll back down. If you let anyone else know about this final secret, no matter what you say, I'll definitely take her away." He Zhichu didn't mince words. His tone was much more imposing than before. Hu Xiaoheng raised a brow. "I'll say it again. If you take her away, can you guarantee her safety? Can you prevent others from coveting her?" "Ha!" He Zhichu only laughed and didn't say anything else. How did Hu Xiaoheng know? After He Zhichu left, Hu Xiaoheng went to Qianlai's office. Qianlai was holding a rag and a bucket as he cleaned the office. He never let anyone enter his place. In the past, it was always Yi Zidan who helped him clean. Now that Yi Zidan and he were both locked up, everything here was covered in dust. Hu Xiaoheng didn't help him clean. Instead, he stood silently to the side and took out a cigarette. He walked to the window, opened it, and lit it up to take a drag. Qianlai smelled the smoke and walked over with a sour expression to chase him away. Go. Don't smoke in my place. This is a non-smoking area. Understand?" Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and threw the cigarette into the trash can. He turned around and said, "Zhou Qiyuan told you, right?" Qianlai snorted. "I, Qianlai, am upright and stable. I've never done such despicable things before. You can suspect anyone but me." Hu Xiaoheng's dark eyes darkened. Although his heart was filled with endless frustration, he still sat across from Qianlai and said to him, "Zhou Qiyuan investigated you under my orders." It was also routine work. Routine work means putting someone you've been friends with for more than 10 years in detention without saying a word. Qianlai slammed the table and stood up. "Hu Xiaoheng. I'm telling you, if there's even the slightest black mark on my personal information because of this, I'll kill you. If I want to leak secrets, I can do it whenever I want. Do you have secrets in front of me?" Qianlai pointed at Hu Xiaoheng's nose and scolded him. I treat you as a friend, but you treat me as a spy. I can't be friends anymore. I'm done with you. Hu Xiaoheng quietly listened to him vent and waited for him to finish before asking, "Are you done?" "No." Chen Lai roared. "There's still Dr. Yi. I'm telling you, hurry up and let her out. Torturing her is the same as torturing me." This was the second watch. There were a total of 4 watches yesterday, and the last watch was at 11 p.m. last night. Dear friends, you forgot to look at your watches. Today is Monday, a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. Good night, everyone. Chapter 701. Hu Xiaoheng knew that Chen Lai was most concerned about Yi Zidan, but unfortunately, she was the biggest suspect. He sighed. Chen Lai, don't let your emotions get the better of you. If Dr. Yi isn't a suspect, she will naturally be released. What do you mean? Chen Lai walked out from behind his desk and stood in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Although he wasn't as tall as Hu Xiaoheng, his anger made him seem 1.8 meters tall. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and called Zhao Liangze. Did you find the things I asked you to find? Zhao Liangze quickly asked, the 3 letters you asked me to find before you came back. Yes, did you find them? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at the confused Chen Lai. If you found them, send them to Dr. Chen's office. 5 minutes later, Zhao Liangze knocked on Chen Lai's office door. Hu Xiaoheng personally opened the door and took a file stamped, confidential, in red from his hands. Mr. Hu, General Ji has already called you several times, Zhao Liangze said worriedly. Shouldn't you find a chance to call General Ji back? No matter how angry he was, he couldn't be angry with his superior. Hu Xiaoheng understood this, but he really wasn't in the mood or energy to report to General Ji. Also, things on the other side were more complicated, but he had to solve all the things on hand first before going to General Ji to settle things on their side. Stairs had to be climbed step by step. If he went to the top without a solid foundation, it would be easy to get knocked down. Hu Xiaoheng said to him, if General Ji calls again, tell him we're really busy here. Many people are locked up in solitary and I have to check them one by one. When things here are over, I will personally go to the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council to make a detailed report. Yes, Chief. I've written it all down. When Mr. Hu is done here, report to the Standing Committee. Okay, that's it. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at him and closed the door. Returning to Chen Lai, Hu Xiaoheng shook the file in his hand and said, Chen Lai, I'm sorry about this, but you have to know that I didn't do it without a reason. The corners of Chen Lai's mouth twitched. Of course you have a reason. Hu Xiao of the Special Operations Forces always has a reason for everything he does. Hu Xiaoheng didn't care about Chen Lai's sarcasm. He handed the file to him. Here are the original stubs of 3 registered letters and 2 letters. Take a look. Chen Lai was baffled, but he still took it and opened it. He quickly read through it and said, 3 registration stubs. Why are there only 2 letters? Where's the other one? He looked at the stub of the registered letter and his heart sank. That letter was sent to me. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and slowly walked to the window. With his hands behind his back, he looked out at the dazzling night view and said calmly, I went on a mission to New York a few months ago. You know that. Yeah, it's for the Prime Minister's daughter. Chen Lai pursed his lips. I knew at the moment I came out today. How was it? Was there a contradiction? On one side, there's a little girl who's infatuated with you, and on the other side, there's a rich and beautiful girl from a noble background. Who will you choose? What nonsense are you talking about? Hu Xiaoheng turned around and glanced at him. I'm serious. Okay. Please continue. Chen Lai raised his hands in surrender. I'm all ears. I went on a mission to New York and something went wrong. Our operations were all under surveillance and we were almost wiped out. Chen Lai was speechless. He started to become serious. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? In our line of work, although we're always prepared to give up our lives, we're not always prepared to be betrayed by our own people. Hua Xiaoheng turned around. His expression was still calm, but his words were murderous. In our line of work, we won't let go of anyone who betrays their comrades. Wasn't it your own fault that your operation failed? Do you have evidence to say that someone betrayed you? Chen Lai didn't know why, but his heart started to beat faster. Yeah, it's possible. Hua Xiaoheng turned around again and continued to look out the window. So I was abroad for a few months and investigated one by one. I also sent 3 registered letters to the 3 organizations in the country that were most likely to leak the secret. Chen Lai's breathing stopped. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng nervously. And then, only the letter that was sent to you was verified to be related to the person who betrayed me. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was flat and emotionless. Chen Lai's legs had already turned to jelly, and he sat on the ground. His round face was pale, and behind his round glasses was a pair of round eyes filled with fear. No, that's impossible. Could there be a misunderstanding here? Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. He didn't want to embarrass Chen Lai. Chen Lai, as you said, I've been friends with you for more than 10 years, and I've never doubted you. There are too many secrets between us. If you wanted to betray me, any one of them could have killed me. You didn't have to go through so much trouble. Hearing Hua Xiaoheng say this, the smile on Chen Lai's face was uglier than crying. He opened his mouth, wishing he could take the blame for everything, but his years of experience as a soldier made him unable to open his mouth. Because this wasn't a normal responsibility. It was the responsibility of betraying one's comrades and killing them. Even if he was willing to take the blame, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't allow the real traitor to get away scot-free. Because if he did that, it would cause more comrades to sacrifice their lives. No matter how selfish Chen Lai was, he couldn't do such an unprincipled thing. He was in so much pain that he was about to die. There was a heavy stone in his heart, so heavy that he couldn't straighten his back. Chen Lai, I think you've realized. All the letters here, even the phone, were handled by Dr. Yi. I asked little Zay to retrieve these 3 letters, and only you guys didn't find them. I asked Zhou Qiyuan to ask Yi Zidan, and she said she didn't see this letter. Chen Lai sighed and stood up with the help of the table leg. With some hope, he said, maybe she really didn't receive it. Maybe it fell into someone else's hands. You know, I really didn't see that letter. What you said makes sense, but Zhou Qiyuan checked, and the letter was registered in the receiving department. That means it was sent to your hospital building, and there were also distribution records. The last place it went missing was at Yi Zidan's place. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and shook his head. Actually, I didn't want it to be her, but all the signs pointed to it being her. We had no choice. As soon as he returned, the first thing he did was deal with the traitor. He had cast Yi Zidan's net for 3 months before he finally pulled it in. Chen Lai was silent and sat on the sofa with his head down. His fingers unconsciously dug a small hole in the sofa, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hua Xiaoheng continued. Other than this letter, Yi Zidan also did something I can't forgive. Chen Lai snorted and said, she betrayed you, and that's already the most unforgivable thing. Is there anything more serious than that? Yes, she betrayed Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng said dryly. Don't you want to know who tied up the cat and threw it down the building? This time, she's one of them. What? Chen Lai jumped up. This matter was completely subverting his understanding. WWI. Impossible. Isn't she on good terms with Nianji? Why would she do this to Nianji? Chen Lai looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock, and all sorts of conspiracy theories popped up in his mind. He even wondered if Yiziden also had a crush on Hu Xiaoheng, and that was why she was jealous of Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng saw the look in his eyes and knew he was thinking too much. He coughed silently and looked away. Actually, I also want to know Yiziden's motive. Chen Lai, do you want to ask her yourself? Chen Lai hugged his head and curled up on the sofa, feeling very conflicted. If what Hu Xiaoheng said was true, then Yiziden really couldn't escape death. But what if it was a misunderstanding? What if there was a very smart person who set up a trap and framed Yiziden? Hu Xiao, are you sure it's Yi? Dr. Yi. She. Why would she do this? Chen Lai was very confused. Whether it was her treatment or her status, she didn't need to do this. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. I think so too, but all the evidence points to her. I can't do anything. Chen Lai looked at Hu Xiaoheng in distress. I think, you don't need to think. Hu Xiaoheng interrupted Chen Lai's hesitation. There's one more thing. Because of Yiziden's betrayal, 2 of our field agents died in Berlin, Germany. Chen Lai felt as if his heartstrings had finally snapped. Before, he had a glimmer of hope that he could plead for mercy for Yiziden. Even if she was sentenced to life in prison, it would be better than being executed immediately. But now that 2 lives were involved, he knew that if he pleaded for mercy, he would be like Yiziden, a traitor to his comrades. Although he had a crush on Yiziden for many years, he couldn't tell right from wrong. Also, the Yiziden he had a crush on wouldn't do such a heartless thing. Hu Xiao, tell me again. How do you prove that she did it? Chen Lai asked for confirmation one last time. His face was numb, and he put an end to his crush that had died without a cause. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the window sill. The night wind blew in, bringing with it the chill of late autumn. His deep, mellow voice rang out in the room like a subwoofer. First, I sent 3 letters in the United States, representing 3 different locations. That was where I was staying in New York. Finally, only the location represented in the letter that was sent to you attracted CIA agents to search that block. Second, Zhou Qiyuan's investigation showed that Nianji had called and texted you before, but her text messages and caller ID could not be found on your phone. Later, technical means were used to recover the deleted records. That period of time was when you were in surgery, and Yiziden was holding your phone. Third, before the field office sent 2 field agents to Germany, they came to the infirmary to get vaccinated. Later, after the technicians recovered the data on her phone, they found that she had sent a text message to a very special phone number. Not only did she provide the photo of the 2 field agents to that number, but she also indicated to the other party to follow the 2 field agents, saying that they would be able to find Nianji that way. This was the first night watch. It looked like the monthly votes would reach 2,700 today. Today was the 3rd night watch. A reminder for everyone. The 2nd monthly vote would be 2,700, and the 3rd night would be 7 p.m. Thanks to Qidian's Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life, and Enigma Anxi, for their 10,000 Qidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 702. Hu Xiaoheng's words were like a heavy hammer that hit Chen Lai so hard he almost fainted. He rubbed his forehead with his hand, his heart heavy. He couldn't figure out why Yiziden would do this. Hu Xiao, you really want me to ask her? Chen Lai put down his hand and asked woodenly. He really couldn't figure it out, so he had to ask her personally. What if Yiziden told him that she was innocent? Chen Lai went to the Department of Discipline's building with this 1 in a million hope and went to see Yiziden with Hu Xiaoheng. He had just been released from this building in the morning. The place where the suspects were held was about the same size as the solitary confinement room, but it had an extra bed, a table, and a chair, as well as a small bathroom with a toilet. The conditions were about the same as a single-person's cell. But no matter how good the conditions were, it was still a cell, and most people wouldn't want to live there. Chen Lai came to the interrogation room and sat down. The interrogation room here was different from a normal one. The entire square room was separated by a transparent glass wall in the middle of the room. He sat on one side, and Yi Zidan sat on the other. As soon as Yi Zidan saw him enter, she immediately stood up and leaned forward. She leaned against the glass wall and asked nervously, "Dr. Chin. What the hell is going on? Please save me." The glass wall actually wasn't soundproof. Of course, perhaps there was a loudspeaker, but the two of them didn't need a receiver or headphones to speak clearly. Chen Lai looked at her sorrowfully and didn't understand how all of this had happened. Yi Zidan's beautiful oval face was already very haggard. Her hair was messy, and her clothes, which used to be neat and tidy, were full of wrinkles. She leaned against the glass wall, her beautiful eyes unblinking as she looked at him, full of pleading and longing. In Chen Lai's memory, this was the first time Yi Zidan had looked at him so intently and passionately. He looked back at her, his eyes full of sorrow and despair, as well as deep confusion and guilt. "Doctor Yi, I also want to ask you, what did Nianji do to you that you would harm her like this?" Chen Lai exhaled deeply and asked his biggest question directly. Yi Zidan was caught off guard and couldn't hide the expression on her face in time. She took a step back in shock, her eyes flashing as she looked elsewhere. After a while, she mumbled, "Dr. Chen, I don't understand what you mean." Chen Lai had a crush on Yi Zidan for many years and knew her every move by heart. The series of small, unconscious movements just now had not escaped Chen Lai's eyes. The last shred of hope in Chen Lai's heart disappeared. He had originally thought that if there was even the slightest possibility that Yi Zidan had been framed, even if it meant breaking ties with Wu Xiao, he would fight for her innocence to the end, but Yi Zidan didn't have time to hide her shock and dodge, so she exposed herself. If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why was she avoiding his gaze? If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why would she retreat in shock? Chen Lai looked at Yi Zidan, his eyes gradually turning red. He took a step forward and placed both hands on the glass wall. With a thick nasal voice, he asked, "Why? You tell me why. You betrayed Hu Xiao. Even if you let your brother down, I will still go against my conscience and speak up for you. But Nianji. She's so young and pitiful. How could you have the heart to rub salt into her wounds? How could you have the heart to collude with outsiders to harm her? What did they offer you? How dare you do such a thing?" Yi Zidan hadn't expected Chen Lai, who had always been so submissive and nice to her, to ask such a question. She found it hard to accept his attitude. How could a person who had a crush on her for so many years ask such a question? Yi Zidan stared blankly at Chen Lai and asked quietly, "Chen Lai, in your heart, the person you love the most is actually Gu Nianji, right?" Chen Lai, Motherf *Ker. What nonsense was she spouting? Chen Lai slammed his hand against the glass wall and panted. "Yi Zidan, I know you never had me in your heart, but you can't. You can't slander me like this. You can choose not to love me, but if you twist my feelings for you like this, it will make me look down on you and myself. If the person you love is me, why are you speaking up for others?" Yi Zidan looked at him sadly. "It's not like you don't know the situation I'm in right now. You're my only hope." Chen Lai stared blankly at Yi Zidan. Looking at the woman he had a crush on for 7 or 8 years, he realized he had never really known her. Not only had she done something wrong, but she also had no intention of repenting. "Yi Zidan, tell me, why did you do this? Did I not treat you well, or did the military general hospital not treat you well, or did Nianji not treat you well?" Chen Lai was a very scientific person. Even if it was a complicated and messy relationship, he still tried to analyze it with strict logic and clear reasoning. Yi Zidan hung her head and said in a panic, "Why did I do this? What did I do? I'm locked up here. You still won't admit it. Your phone is in their hands. Chen Lai was in a bad mood. Yi Zidan, if you have difficulties. Before he could finish, Yi Zidan interrupted him. That's impossible. There can't be evidence on my phone. She had clearly deleted everything. Chen Lai glared at her and was shocked again. I didn't even say it was evidence, and you already thought of it. So it really was you. Don't you know that it's useless to delete the evidence? Don't you know the Special Operations Force's methods? Even if you smashed the chip, they have a way to restore it. Yi Zidan shuddered, and fear finally appeared on her face. She shook her head furiously and retreated step by step until she reached the corner of the wall. When she had nowhere else to go, she hugged her head and knelt down against the wall, sobbing. What's the point of crying? I really don't understand. You're not even 30 yet, and you're already a major. I'm writing a report to the military to promote you to lieutenant colonel next year. What's wrong with you? Chen Lai ran his fingers through his hair in frustration and paced around the other side of the room. Turning his head to look at Yi Zidan huddled up against the glass wall, then thinking about Gu Nianji lying unconscious on the hospital bed, Chen Lai felt terrible. Who could accept that the girl he truly loved was a psychopathic person who betrayed her comrades and friends? But the feelings he had given couldn't be taken back so easily. He still had feelings for Yi Zidan, but it wasn't beyond reason. So he was even more heartbroken. You still won't tell me? Forget it, what's the point even if you know? Anyway, there are a few conditions. It's either for money or for someone. Dr. Yi, you've never been a vain woman, so it should be for someone. What methods did they use to seduce you? Did you fall for their pretty boy trap? Chen Lai continued to ask with a blank face. He knew he wasn't a handsome man and wasn't particularly attractive to women, so he only dared to have a crush on Yi Zidan. He never dared to say it out loud, afraid that if he did, they wouldn't even be friends anymore. Hearing his words, Yi Zidan raised her head and bit her lip as she looked at Chen Lai, as if his words had struck a nerve. She widened her eyes and said, Dr. Chen, you don't have to belittle yourself. With such an outstanding person like you by my side, how could I fall for their pretty boy trap? She never liked a man's appearance. Chen Lai froze. What do you mean? What do I mean? Yi Zidan was suddenly angry. She stood up and rushed to the glass wall, waving her fists at Chen Lai on the other side. You're asking me what I mean. You're so outstanding. So outstanding. He could perform any kind of surgery with ease. You write so many high-quality papers every year. And so many new treatment patents. Even if I don't eat, drink, or sleep and stay in the lab 24 hours a day, I still can't be half as good as you. You. What did you say? Chen Lai was so shocked he stuttered. Yi Zidan's words just now shocked him even more than Hua Xiaohing saying she was a mole. Yi Zidan actually calmed down after saying what was on her mind. She ran her fingers through her hair and smiled bitterly. So Dr. Chen must look down on me. She leaned her head against the glass wall and looked straight ahead. She murmured, I was born in a normal family. I know that people like me have to work very hard to become someone above others. Ever since I was young, while my peers played around, I was doing homework and doing competition questions. When I was in university, my roommates all started to enjoy university life, finding boyfriends and dating. I woke up early every day and returned late to study in the library to fight for more lab time. I worked so hard, and I always got first place. But after I was assigned to the military hospital, I met you, Chen Lai. You're someone I can't surpass no matter how hard I try. Chen Lai had never imagined that he was one of the reasons Yi Zidan became a mole. Chen Lai looked at Yi Zidan with his mouth agape. He couldn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He pushed open the door from the room next door and said to Yi Zidan, "Someone else's excellence is the reason you betrayed your comrade. Yi Zidan, don't blame your mistakes on someone else." As soon as she saw Hua Xiaoheng, Yi Zidan's earlier anger disappeared. Her entire body trembled as she slowly slid down the glass wall and knelt on the other side. "Tell me, what benefits did they promise you? Who was the person who contacted you?" Hua Xiaoheng gestured at Chen Lai with his lips to signal for him to leave. Chen Lai had already gotten all the answers. He didn't want to stay here any longer. His footsteps were unsteady as he left the interrogation room in a daze. Hua Xiaoheng stood there with his hands behind his back. Zhou Qiyuan pushed the door open, walked in, and began interrogating Yi Zidan. He had asked her many times over the past few days, but Yi Zidan had gritted her teeth and refused to say anything. It wasn't until today that Hua Xiaoheng had asked Chen Lai to pry open Yi Zidan's defenses. "Yi Zidan, who contacted you first? How did he come into contact with you?" Zhou Qiyuan began to ask step by step. However, Yi Zidan was unwilling to answer Zhou Qiyuan's question. She only glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Hua Xiao, I'm very sorry that Nianji died. The person I owe the most is Nianji." "Hua Xiaoheng. Who told you Nianji died?" This is the second monthly ticket of 2700 plus 1 update. A reminder for everyone. 7 p.m. of the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 703. Gu Nianji really didn't die? Yi Zidan asked in shock. From Chen Lai's tone earlier, she had thought she was infected with H3AB7. Didn't they say that anyone who was infected with this virus would die? You sure know. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. His calm face had a hint of mockery. Nianji is far away in Germany. How do you know what virus she was infected with? Did she not get it? Yi Zidan was even more shocked. That's impossible. Don't treat things that are beyond your knowledge as impossible. Dr. Yi, you're also a person with a scientific spirit. How can you be so narrow-minded? Zhou Qiyuan added insult to injury. Tell me, how did you interact with those people? We've already recorded the papers they sent you. Please don't think you can get away with it. What? How can you touch my things? Yi Zidan completely broke down. Those papers were exquisite and beyond medical knowledge. They were treasures to her. They had almost become her religion. Once her faith collapsed, all her support would be gone. Yi Zidan raised her head and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Her lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, but she silently closed her mouth and hung her head heavily. Her entire body collapsed to the ground. Yi. Zhou Qiyuan still wanted to ask, but Hua Xiaoheng suddenly raised his hand. No need to ask anymore. People like her might not be telling the truth. Zhou Qiyuan nodded. The chief is right. We've interrogated her the most during this time, but she hasn't revealed any truly useful information. We suspect that she actually doesn't know who to contact. In other words, Yi Zidan was only a small fry. According to Zhou Qiyuan, they should follow the clues and investigate further. Hua Xiaoheng stood in the interrogation room with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yi Zidan deeply and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind before making a decision. No need to ask anymore. She tipped off the enemy and caused the deaths of 2 field agents. Innocent Huaxia imperial citizens were harmed. The evidence is conclusive, and she should be executed immediately. In the Special Operations Forces, he had the authority to deal with traitors. Yi Zidan's case had already been heard in a secret court in the military court, but nothing was revealed. However, her conversation with Chen Lai had been recorded. It could be used as evidence in court. She had already confessed that she had done those things, so there was no possibility of her being wrongly accused. Yes, Chief. Zhou Qiyuan hurriedly saluted and immediately went out to order people to find the military court to complete the procedures. Although Hu Xiaoheng had ordered her to be executed immediately, they still needed a death sentence from the military court. This is a matter of procedure. After Zhou Qiyuan left, Hu Xiaoheng stood quietly in the interrogation room for a while, his deep gaze falling on Yi Zidan. After a long time, he finally turned and left. Hu Xiaoheng came out of the interrogation room and saw Zhou Qiyuan waiting for him, as if he had something to say. What is it? Chief, I have something to report to you. Zhou Qiyuan gave Hu Xiaoheng a look. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and turned to leave. The two of them walked out of the Department of Discipline building and headed towards the hospital building where Chenlai was. Along the way, Zhou Qiyuan whispered, Hu Xiao, are you really not going to investigate anymore? What's there to investigate? Hu Xiaoheng asked calmly. Did you find out something? No, but if we want to investigate Yi Zidan's case, I'm afraid there's a problem that's hard to say. Zhou Qiyuan was more worried that if someone really wanted to overturn Yi Zidan's case, this problem might be a breakthrough point. What problem? Hu Xiaoheng stopped walking. Say it. It's the phone number that contacted her. We tracked it down and found that it was an empty number. No one used it at all, and the mobile company couldn't find any records of it. The last time this number was used was 17 years ago. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. Maybe the person behind this is very cunning, or maybe their backer is very powerful. Although we found out it was an empty number, it might not really be an empty number. Zhou Qiyuan nodded. I think so too, so why not use Yi Zidan to lure out the person behind her? Hu Xiaoheng usually didn't like to explain things to people, but Zhou Qiyuan was one of his confidants, and he valued him a lot, so he patiently found an excuse. An empty number that even the mobile company can't find. If it's someone with power, then this person's power is extraordinary. If it's not using power, but using technology, then this level of technology is really not something an ordinary person can achieve. From what I know, even the American CIA, British MI5, Russia's KGB, and Israel's Mossad can't do it. If these people can't do it, then... Zhou Qiyuan suddenly understood. No matter how they looked at it, the person behind Yi Zidan was very powerful, and they didn't want to face them head-on for now. So for a small fry like Yi Zidan, early death was the right method. If they kept her alive, if the other party suddenly exerted his strength and rescued her, they would lose the entire game. Yi Zidan had been in the Special Operations Forces for so many years, and no one knew how many secrets she knew. So the best way to deal with it now was to get rid of this person as soon as possible. Yes, Chief, I understand. Zhou Qiyuan saluted respectfully and planned to personally go to the military court to get the death sentence. Hu Xiaoheng returned to Chenlai's side and first went to the single room to see Gu Nianji. She was still sleeping, and her high fever hadn't subsided. Her little face was burning red, and her lips were chapped. Hu Xiaoheng took a sterilized gauze and dipped it in distilled water. He pressed it on Gu Nianji's lips bit by bit to soften the chapped tissue. Chenlai heard him return and came out of his office. He rubbed his hands and looked at him nervously. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look up. He continued to wipe Gu Nianji's lips and said quietly, if you have time, you can go see Yi Zidan before dawn tomorrow and see her one last time. Chenlai. Although he was mentally prepared, Chenlai still couldn't take it when Hu Xiaoheng suddenly said it like that. He took off his glasses and took out a cloth from his pocket to continuously wipe them. His hands trembled, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Chenlai wiped his glasses whenever he was nervous, and Hu Xiaoheng was very familiar with this habit of his. I understand how you feel, but a mistake is a mistake. You have to take responsibility for it. Her mistake can't be forgiven just by saying sorry. She committed a crime, and she committed a felony that carries an immediate death sentence. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's lips. The chapped dead skin had already been wiped away by the gauze dipped in distilled water. Her lips had a faint blush, and her soft and full lips had almost no wrinkles. Her lips were very light and pale to the point that they were almost transparent. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her silently for a while and tucked her in. Chen Lai covered his face and turned to run back to his office. He slammed the office door shut. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Chen Lai must be feeling terrible, but he couldn't tolerate it and couldn't continue waiting. He sat in Gu Nianji's room and had originally planned to stay there, but not long after, Shou Qiyuan called him and said that the judge of the secret military court still had some doubts and was unwilling to issue the death warrant immediately. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, "Call Director Bai from the legal department and have her negotiate with the judge. I'll be right there." Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and knocked on Chen Lai's door. Chen Lai dawdled inside for a while and came out with red eyes. "What is it?" "I have to go out for a while. Take care of Nianji here." Hua Xiaoheng patted his shoulder. "My condolences." Chen Lai was speechless. After Hua Xiaoheng left, Chen Lai didn't return to his office. He sat by Gu Nianji's bed and watched the data from the instruments while chattering to her. Because he knew she was still unconscious and couldn't hear anything, Chen Lai said everything. "Nianji, are you better?" "I'm really sorry. I didn't know Yi Zidan would be like this. But Hua Xiao wants her dead so soon. He must hate her a lot, right? Nianji, wake up soon." "Maybe. Maybe what?" Chen Lai suddenly couldn't continue. One-sided love wasn't that strong. In this relationship, there was no response, no beautiful memories. There was only Chen Lai's one-man show. At this point, he also felt that it was very boring. Love is really the most boring thing in the world. It's the most time-wasting thing. Chen Lai looked at the data records and changed the paper inside. He threw the full roll of paper into the stainless steel trash can and set it on fire. Not long after, Chen Lai noticed that Gu Nianji's high fever had already gone down. It was half the time it took before. He focused his attention on Gu Nianji again. He adjusted the instruments and observed her. When Gu Nianji woke up, it was already past 1 in the morning. She woke up when Chen Lai chattered about Yi Zidan in her ear. She was confused and finally couldn't help but open her eyes and ask, "Brother Qin, what happened to Dr. Yi?" Chen Lai was shocked by Gu Nianji's sudden words. He froze for a moment before smacking his forehead and smiling. "That's great, Nianji. You're really fine now." Gu Nianji sighed. "My whole body feels weak." "Does that count?" She continued to ask, "Brother Qin, what were you saying just now? Why do I feel like you want to burn incense for Dr. Yi?" Chen Lai asked, "Is it that obvious?" "Oh." Gu Nianji was shocked. She struggled to sit up on the bed. "What happened? Nianji, tell me. Did you call me when you were in Germany?" Chen Lai asked her sternly. Gu Nianji nodded. "I did. Dr. Yi picked up. She said you were operating on the chief." She added, "You also texted. Why did you text me and call me?" "I was being hunted in Germany and asked you for help. I want you to help me find Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe." Gu Nianji instinctively swallowed the words, Hua Xiao. It was the third watch. A reminder for everyone. Good night, everyone. Chapter 704. You were really being hunted down. Why were you being hunted down in Germany? Chen Lai's round eyes grew even wider, and his last sliver of hope sank to the bottom. His heart felt like it was soaked in Coptish juice, and it tasted bitter from the inside out. Gu Nianji didn't know what was wrong with Chen Lai to ask her that. She couldn't help but look at him with a half-smile. Yeah, I was bored, so I was looking for people to hunt me down for fun. Are you satisfied with this reason? Chen Lai immediately knew he had gone too far. His round forehead beaded with sweat, and he took out a handkerchief to wipe it off as he apologized profusely. Nianji, I didn't mean that. I just feel bad. He choked up. This is all Dr. Ye's fault. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been hunted down. I only found out now that she kept you from me by texting and calling me. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as well. She hadn't expected this at all. What happened? How could it have anything to do with Dr. Yi? I didn't believe it at first either. Chen Lai spread his hands. But Hua Xiao produced evidence, and Dr. Yi admitted it herself. Oh. It really was her. Gu Nianji sat up straight. Could it be that the two field agents' deaths had something to do with her? The two field agents were the biggest pain in Gu Nianji's heart. They had died because of her, and she had vowed to find the traitor when she was in Germany to avenge them. She hadn't expected the traitor to be Yi Zidan. It had something to do with her. She was the one who leaked the news about them so that people would hunt you down. Chen Lai's eyes reddened again, and he quickly wiped his face with the back of his hand. Hua Xiao won't let her go. He already told me to see her one last time. Gu Nianji was speechless. She didn't know what to say. Normally, she should be comforting Chen Lai. But seeing Chen Lai so sad, she thought of the families of the two field agents. Their relatives, friends, parents, wives, and children. How sad they must be. As for herself, because of Yi Zidan's betrayal, not only did she lose the precious opportunity to contact the base for rescue, but she also almost died. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party wanted more things from her, she would have been buried in some mountain range in the Alps a long time ago, just like those two field agents. Gu Nianji's eyes darkened, and her hands clutched the blanket on the bed tightly. She held it in and said, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry, but I can't comfort you, and I don't want to tell you it's okay. Because what Dr. Yi has done is unforgivable." Chen Lai's tears fell even harder. I'm very familiar with Dr. Yi, and we can even be considered friends, but when I think about the two field agents she killed, I want her dead immediately. I know you like Dr. Yi very much, Brother Chen. I shouldn't pour salt on your wound at this time, but if you blame those of us who were killed by her for that kind of bad person, then I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I think I'll really fall out with you. Gu Nianji lifted the blanket and held onto the bed frame to get off. Chen Lai quickly supported her. Although he was still crying, he sobbed and said, Nianji, don't be angry. I really don't blame you. I know what she did is unforgivable. I know that she is indeed crazy and guilty of the most heinous crimes. But you know, I'm human, and I have feelings. I've liked her for so many years. Although the feelings I invested were only my own, they were still feelings. I can't take them back just because I say so. I actually already know that she's not the person I have a crush on. Or rather, I've never truly understood her. But when I heard you say her name and thought of the fate she's about to face, I still can't help it. Then go ahead and cry. After you cry this time, don't shed another tear for that kind of person, because it's not worth it. Gu Nianji took a deep breath. She had also been deeply in love before, although she had only been a one-woman show. Therefore, she could empathize with Chen Lai's sadness and despair. Gu Nianji took out a tissue from the box on the table and passed it to Chen Lai. Brother Chen, don't use a handkerchief anymore. Use this. She then took Chen Lai's arm and sat down on the sofa against the wall. Brother Chen, you're so amazing, smart, and funny. There are actually many girls who like you. I'll introduce some good girls to you in the future. Then you'll know how unreliable a crush is. Chen Lai cried for a while and felt better. He wiped his face with a tissue and said listlessly, "What do you mean by a crush?" "I think it's a waste of time and boring." "Well said." Gu Nianji couldn't help clapping. "Brother Chin, you really hit the nail on the head. Dating is really unreliable, a waste of time, and discourages people from improving themselves. I've finally seen through it." "Seen through it? How old are you?" "You've already seen through it." "Then what about Hu Xiao?" Chen Lai finally laughed at Gu Nianji's words. "You're making light of the situation. You already have a boyfriend, and you're making such sarcastic remarks. You know people want to beat you up for saying that." Gu Nianji smiled faintly. "How can I have a boyfriend? Brother Chin, you think too highly of me. I'm just shamelessly throwing myself at him." Chen Lai was speechless. That didn't sound right. It was too serious. "Nianji. What is it? Did you get a concussion from the electric shock? You're talking nonsense. Isn't it still a concussion?" Chen Lai turned to look at her. "But I did a CT scan on you. Your brain is fine. And you don't have any symptoms of vomiting." Gu Nianji put a hand to her forehead and leaned back on the sofa. "Brother Chin, I'm serious. Just like how you came to a sudden realization about your feelings for Dr. Yi, so did I." Chen Lai frowned as he looked at Gu Nianji. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong with her, but he had been through so much turmoil recently. Today, he had been traumatized by Gu Nianji and Yi Zidan's incident. His body couldn't take it anymore. His brain refused to analyze it rationally. Chen Lai yawned. "I can't take it anymore. I have to sleep for a while, and then I have to see Dr. Yi one last time before dawn. I want to tidy up." Gu Nianji said. "Go get some sleep. When do you plan to wake up?" "I'll wake you up." Chen Lai looked at his watch. "I'll sleep for 2 hours. Just wake me up at 3:30. He then asked Gu Nianji, "You really don't want to sleep?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "I feel like I slept for a long time. I'm not sleepy at all." Chen Lai also knew that Gu Nianji had a special constitution. If she said she wasn't sleepy, then she wasn't sleepy. He didn't stand on ceremony with her. "Then stay here and don't go anywhere. I'm still waiting for you to wake me up. There's an iPad and a computer here. You can play by yourself." Chen Lai pointed to the entertainment facilities, then went into the office inside to sleep. The lone light in the single patient room shone on all kinds of medical equipment and emitted a gentle glow. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa outside alone. She picked up the iPad and began to make a list of her assets to see which belonged to her and which belonged to Hu Xiaoheng. She planned to break up with Hu Xiaoheng, so of course she had to move out of his house. Although the house had already been transferred to her, she didn't want it. Not at all. Those things constantly reminded her that everything she had was actually his charity, and that she wasn't even on the same level as him. No matter how she looked at it, she wasn't worthy of him. She already had no love, so she couldn't lose her pride. When Hu Xiaoheng brought In Shixiang to the military court's secret courtroom, Bai Yueran and Zhou Qiyuan were already arguing with the judge. "Judge Liao, we have all the paperwork, and the evidence is conclusive. Why can't we sign the death warrant right away?" Bai Yueran argued with the judge word by word about the terms of espionage. "Her situation is special, and we can completely handle special cases. Director Bai, you also studied law. Don't you know that special cases are the most taboo in the law? Special cases aren't the law." Judge Liao was obviously conflicted about this case and opposed the execution of a person just like that. "Judge Liao, you can't say it like that. Since when did the law prohibit special cases from being handled special cases? As long as it's allowed by the law, special cases are handled according to the law. It's legal and reasonable. Although Bai Yueran had been arguing with Judge Liao for half an hour, her attitude was still very amiable. Not only was she highly professional, but she was also very magnanimous when it came to dealing with people. She dealt with the big and let go of the small. She was soft when it needed to be soft and hard when it needed to be. Sometimes she was even more appropriate than her father, Bai Jianqing. It could be said that ever since the Special Operations Forces legal department had Bai Yueran, not only had their efficiency increased a lot, but their relationship with the other departments of the state had also improved a lot. Hu Xiaoheng listened at the door for a while before pushing it open to enter. He gestured for Yin Shixiang to bring up the supper he bought on the way. Judge Liao, Director Bai, you've worked hard. Have some supper first and take a break before we talk. Yin Shixiang had bought De Huchen's famous shrimp, pork, and clams pan-fried, and Hu Xiaoheng had asked him to buy 3 baskets of it. Opening the lid of the container, the freshly cooked shrimp, pork, and clams pan-fried were steaming hot. The round pan-fried dumplings had snow-white skin and looked very tender. It whetted one's appetite just by looking at it. Even Judge Liao, who had always been upright and outspoken, couldn't help but eat 3 in one go. After eating, he drank a cup of hot soy milk that he had bought along with the pan-fried dumplings. People who had been starving in the middle of the night and were extremely mentally exhausted received the nourishment of supper. Everyone felt alive again. Judge Liao was obviously easy to talk to. Hu Xiao, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but is there really no room for negotiation on this matter? Judge Liao came out after washing his hands and sat next to Hu Xiaoheng to talk in a low voice. Hu Xiaoheng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and also looked exhausted. He said, if it's possible, I also want to slow down. But what she did was really too bad, and our Special Operations Forces was only established not long ago. If we let her off so easily this time, how are we going to carry out our work in the future? You also know that in a special organization like ours, the biggest taboo is betrayal and betrayal. More than 100 years ago, our ancestors dealt with such traitors by exterminating entire families. There was one time when our ancestors let 2 children go in a moment of soft-heartedness. In the end, the 2 children turned the tables and pointed out many of our underground workers to the enemy. In the end, even more people died. Tell me, how should we settle this debt? Judge Liao's hair stood on end from Hu Xiaoheng's words. This was the first night watch. It looked like the monthly votes would not reach 3,000 for the time being. The third night watch would have to wait for tomorrow. Then let me remind everyone about the recommendation votes. At 7 p.m. the next night. Mwah. Chapter 705. Bai Yueran understood Hu Xiaoheng's meaning and said, Judge Liao, you're not a normal judge. You're a judge of our military court's secret court. You should know that your job is different from normal judges. Judge Liao was speechless. Although Mr. Hu said that we should focus on speed and efficiency, this case has actually dragged on for a long time. To be honest, we did make a mistake on this case. It took too long and we missed a lot of valuable information. Bai Yueran added further. Seeing that Judge Liao was already convinced by their carrot and stick tactics, she finally took out the death sentence. Would you like to sign this? Judge Liao had also been pressured by his superiors to treat this case cautiously, so he didn't dare to give in. However, Hu Xiaoheng's words had indeed scared him. He seemed to have just realized that the soldiers he was facing were not normal soldiers. Let me think about it. Judge Liao stood up. Every sentence has to be archived and sent to the Supreme Military Court for review. I've been a judge for so many years, I don't want to make any mistakes on this matter. Okay. Hu Xiaoheng stood up as well. I hope you can think it through before 6. I'll wait for you here. Judge Liao felt his straightened back bend again. He walked to his office with a hunched back and left the door ajar. Hu Xiaoheng stared at Judge Liao's office door with his hands behind his back, as if he could pressure Judge Liao through the door. Bai Yueran stood behind him and whispered, "Mr. Hua, are you really going to wait here forever?" "I said 6, so I have to get the death sentence at 6, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He also wanted to know who was pressuring Judge Liao. Bai Yueran covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. "Then I'll go sleep in the room next door. Call me if you need anything." "Okay." Hu Xiaoheng didn't turn around. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and slowly walked towards the window. After Bai Yueran left, Yin Shixiang sat on the sofa and played with his phone. Hu Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and ordered Zhao Liangzi, "Is there surveillance on the lines at the military court?" "Yes, immediately." Zhao Liangzi did not follow them. Instead, he waited in the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. According to the rules, the Special Operations Forces were not allowed to intervene in domestic affairs. However, this time, those people had broken the rules and used the Special Operations Forces as a tool to intervene in domestic affairs. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng, who had never been at a disadvantage, would not let go of this opportunity. He took the opportunity to intervene in domestic affairs. He was extremely protective of his people. Whoever wanted to hurt his people, he would definitely return the favor 100 times or 1,000 times over, no matter who you were, no matter where you were, and no matter what position you were in. Perhaps it was because Hu Xiaoheng's presence was too strong, or perhaps the other party was too cautious, but as soon as he called Judge Liao, he discovered that someone was monitoring him. The phone only rang once, and the other party immediately hung up. Zhao Liangzi didn't even have time to track down the caller. Judge Liao waited for 2 hours, but there were no new instructions from his superiors. He was frightened by Hu Xiaoheng's words, so he finally picked up the pen and signed the death sentence. It was 3 in the morning when Hu Xiaoheng received Yiziden's death sentence. It took Gu Nianji nearly 2 hours to complete the list of her assets. She looked expressionlessly at the page of records in front of her and sighed softly. No wonder people always wanted to separate them. They were indeed not suitable for each other. So many things, an astronomical amount of wealth, had never been hers in the first place. In the past, she had thought that she would definitely marry Hu Xiaoheng. When the time came, they would be one. Hu Xiaoheng's things would be hers, and her things would also be Hu Xiaoheng's. Therefore, she had accepted it without any psychological pressure. But now that Gu Nianji thought about it, in the eyes of others, or even in Hu Xiaoheng's own heart, they all thought that she was born to depend on him. So she didn't have a particularly important place in his heart, right? Important missions and comrades were ranked ahead of her. She accepted it all and didn't want to compete with Hu Xiaoheng for these rankings. She was already mentally prepared. She knew that in order to be with Hu Xiaoheng, she had to accept his military side. Those were his career decisions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the person she loved. But who the hell was the Prime Minister's daughter? Bringing the Prime Minister's daughter back home was also a secret mission. You must be kidding me. Now even some random Tom, Dick, and Harry were ranked ahead of her. Not only could Gu Nianji not tolerate it, but she also flipped the table. She let go of her prejudices and thought about it. She felt that she really was at odds with the Prime Minister's daughter. Whether it was the former Prime Minister's daughter, Do Qingyan, or the new Prime Minister's daughter, Tan Guiren, all of her love rivals were pampered and came from prestigious families. She was the only one who had no background and was like duckweed. Gu Nianji pouted and brushed the two of them out of her mind. If it was in the past, she would have complained that these two were so well off. Why did they have to compete with her for Hu Xiao? Now, she blushed just thinking about it. Everyone wanted good things. Why was it that only you could have it and not others? She couldn't compete with them, so she had to accept her loss. She couldn't do something like pestering them anymore. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead with some melancholy. Thinking about her past self, it felt like a dream. She looked down at the property list on the iPad and remembered that the keys and documents for the real estate were all in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. The deposit receipts, tidying up, and investment accounts were all in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Most of her clothes, shoes, and bags were also in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. So why did she make a list? She could just cut it in half and not go to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Anyway, none of the things there belonged to her. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly. She really was poor and proletarian. The only things that belonged to her were actually very few. However, she still had to take away the clothes, shoes, bags, and skincare products. Many of them were brand new and unopened. Not only were they made according to her measurements, but she also didn't want to see others wearing her clothes and shoes, carrying her bags, and applying her cream. She was such a petty person. She would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, according to the market price, these clothes, shoes, and bags were worth the price of a two-bedroom apartment on the 5th Ring Road in the imperial capital. Gu Nianji went to check her bank account. She had a special bank account to save her salary and school subsidies. The money in it was all earned by herself, not from Hua Xiao. Because she didn't usually use money or use her card directly, and Hua Xiao was the one who paid the bills, she didn't know how much money she had in this account. Now that she looked at it, yes, although it wasn't enough to buy a two-bedroom apartment, it was more than enough for a down payment. She planned to look for a house when she returned to school. It would be best if she bought a ready house so she could move in immediately. After taking care of everything, Gu Nianji sent the list to her school email, then logged out of her email account from Chenlai's iPad to erase all traces of her login. She washed her face and went to wake Chenlai up. Chenlai slept on the table for a while and was still a bit uncomfortable when Gu Nianji woke him up. He sat there blankly for a while and rubbed his eyes to wake up. What time is it? Just 3:30. It's still dark outside. Gu Nianji looked out the window and asked Chenlai, "Brother Chin, how did I get here?" "I remember. I think I was on Professor He's plane." Chenlai was speechless. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and looked at Chenlai inquiringly. Chenlai frowned and walked to the small cloakroom inside to change his clothes. He mumbled, "Hua Xiao sent you here. Thanks to you, because you fainted and got injured on the plane, Hua Xiao wanted me to treat you before he let me out of the detention center." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Brother Chin, what do you mean? Why are you in the detention center?" Gu Nianji leaned against the door to talk to Chenlai. She was still wearing the clothes she had changed into on He Zhichu's plane. It was a large, light gray pullover sweater and a pair of tight-fitting gray yoga pants. Her back was slender and her legs were straight and slender. Because her clothes also looked like a hospital gown, Chenlai hadn't changed her clothes after she had been sent to him. She had slept in them for the whole day. Now that she was up, the clothes didn't have any shape to begin with and didn't appear wrinkled. She pulled her hands back and tied her long, loose hair into a ponytail. Chenlai changed into a white suit and came out with several ties in one hand. He asked Gu Nianji, "Which one do you think is better?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips and pushed Chenlai inside. "Why are you wearing a white suit? Are you afraid people won't know you're going to see her one last time? Don't you think I look better in white?" Chenlai looked in the mirror. Gu Nianji was speechless. "Brother Chin, I think you look best in dark gray." Gu Nianji helped Chenlai rummage through the closet and found a dark gray shirt with light vertical stripes and smoky gray formal pants. She also found a pair of leather shoes for him to change out of his sneakers. "You don't need the tie. Undo this button on your neck. Yes, roll up your sleeves." Gu Nianji helped Chenlai dress up. Chen Lai looked in the mirror again and realized he was really different. It seemed like he really did have the aura. He sighed and thought, what's the point of dressing up to be handsome now? Even if he left a good impression on Yi Zidan, she wouldn't be able to escape death. Brother Qin, you still haven't told me how you ended up in the detention center. Gu Nianji continued to ask. Chen Lai straightened his sleeves and didn't look up as he said, Hu Xiao was on a mission in New York and discovered a spy. He found out the spy was sending information from us, so he locked us up. Gu Nianji was speechless. Does it also have something to do with Yi Zidan? Gu Nianji couldn't help asking. Yeah. Otherwise, why would he lock me up? Chen Lai finally recovered. Thinking about Yi Zidan didn't hurt as much anymore. Then Brother Qin, you should be fine now. Gu Nianji returned to the door and leaned against the door frame. My condolences. Chen Lai was speechless. Your tone is exactly like Hu Xiao's. And you said he wasn't your boyfriend. Chen Lai teased Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji straightened her expression and said dryly, I really wasn't. Brother Qin, I won't ask you about Yi Zidan in the future, and you also won't ask me about Mr. Hua, okay? Hu Xiaoheng, who had just stepped into Chen Lai's office, heard this and silently turned to leave. It was the second watch. Then I'll remind everyone about the recommendation votes. Good night. Chapter 706. Chen Lai was looking at himself in the mirror when he heard the question. He looked away in shock and looked at Gu Nianji. Mr. Hua. When did you become so distant with Hu Xiao? Gu Nianji shrugged. It's only right. I was too immature in the past. He treated me just a little better, and I didn't know my place. Why did I have to do that? I pestered him, but in the end, he despised me. Nianji, why do you sound so sarcastic? Chen Lai stopped looking at himself in the mirror and walked around Gu Nianji. Did you have a change of heart during your trip to Germany? Pfft. You're the one who has a change of heart. Gu Nianji glanced at Chen Lai. I've given up, just like you. I've given up, understand? Chen Lai shook his head with a regretful expression. I don't understand. You can live a good life, but you have to go through all this trouble. Do you really have to end up like me? Stop. Gu Nianji quickly stopped Chen Lai from continuing. I'm fundamentally different from you. Don't act like Sister Xianglin. It's annoying. It's not a big deal. Brother Qin, don't say any more. I'm just being a busybody. Why would I tell you? You can't keep things to yourself. It's not even dawn yet, and you're already talking about it to the entire base. I'm warning you, if a second person finds out, I'll spill everything about you. Chen Lai finally glanced at her and leaned over to whisper, Are you serious? If it's not serious, then is it fake? Gu Nianji turned to walk out. I went through fire and water on this trip to Germany. Don't you know? Between life and death, people are suddenly enlightened and see many things clearly. Chen Lai sighed and muttered to himself as he followed Gu Nianji. Some people don't know how lucky they are. Even if they want to die, I can't do anything about it. I've already tried to persuade them. I've already done my best as a friend. Gu Nianji was speechless. She could only pretend she didn't hear him. She returned to the sofa and watched Chen Lai walk out of the office. She looked down at her iPad. Chen Lai walked out of the office and looked at the dark sky outside the long corridor. He sighed deeply and turned to walk to the elevator. At the elevator entrance, she saw Hu Xiaoheng smoking by the window with his back facing the hallway. His figure was tall and his back was straight. His shoulders were broad and strong, and he wore a wide belt. Below his muscular waist were long legs. However, even such a handsome and capable Hu Xiao would be dumped one day. Chen-Lai suddenly felt very relieved and a little more confident. He straightened his back and coughed. Hua Xiao is back. Why don't you come in and take a seat? I'm going to see Dr. Yi. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and continued to smoke outside the window. Chen-Lai frowned. If you want to smoke, go outside. Strictly speaking, this is a non-smoking area. Although there are windows. Hua Xiaoheng stopped smoking, but he held the cigarette in one hand and continued to look out the window. Yin Shixiang stood behind him, his thick eyebrows and big eyes almost wrinkling his handsome face. Chen-Lai waved at Yin Shixiang and entered the elevator to where Yi Zidan was being held. After Chen-Lai left, Yin Shixiang finally couldn't help but ask quietly, Hua Xiao, what's wrong with Nianji? When Gu Nianji had called him Mr. Hua, Yin Shixiang had been shocked to the core. It was as if he had seen his precious daughter suddenly turn her back on her father. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and looked down. He said dryly, she's probably still sick. You have to take medicine if you're sick. Otherwise, you'll scare people to death. Yin Shixiang scratched the back of his head. Then, are you still going in? Hua Xiaoheng threw the remaining half of his cigarette into the trash can under the window sill and lit another. Yeah, wait for me to finish this one. Yin Shixiang looked at the first cigarette he had just thrown into the trash, then at the second cigarette in Hua Xiaoheng's hand. He decided to shut up. Yi Zidan didn't sleep. She couldn't. The last dinner she had was much more generous than usual. She knew it was over, she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. After dinner, she took a good shower and changed into her favorite clothes. She sat at the foot of the bed and waited for the sun to rise. When it was almost 4 a.m, the guard came in to say that Chen-Lai had come to see her. Yi Zidan smiled bitterly and walked out of her room. She went to the interrogation room with the glass wall between them. Chen-Lai was very well dressed and very elegant. He stood in front of the glass wall and looked at her with a serious expression. When he saw her come in, he nodded and said, Dr. Yi, this is the last time I'm here to see you. I want to know if you can tell me what they used to move you to the point that you lost even the most basic humanity. Yi Zidan hadn't expected Chen-Lai to say that. Her face turned completely white. Her lips opened and closed. After a long pause, she said in a trembling voice, You don't understand. You don't understand. Their technology is so much more advanced than ours. We can't catch up, and you can't either. Dr. Yi, this is the difference between you and me. I never thought that anyone could be better than us. If there was, we would surpass them in the future. No one will be number one forever. Everyone is constantly improving and developing in a spiral manner while trying to catch up with each other. Chen-Lai pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I'm sorry that you're actually such an unscrupulous person. Yi Zidan finally couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. She regretted it now, but it was too late. There was no cure for regret in this world. She covered her face and cried her heart out. Chen-Lai didn't say anything and quietly listened to her cry. He waited for her to finish before saying, The fact that you can still cry means that you know you were wrong. When you meet those 2 field comrades in the afterlife, remember to say sorry to them. Also, say sorry to them for me. Yi Zidan trembled all over. Am I going to die? Chen-Lai didn't say anything. He couldn't bear to look away. Yi Zidan's head leaned against the glass wall. She was shaking like a leaf in the wind. After a while, she looked up at Chen-Lai. I've let them down. If I see them, I'll definitely apologize to them. She paused and asked, What about Nianji? Is she okay? She's fine. She just woke up. Chen-Lai nodded. Luckily, she's fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from killing you. Yi Zidan looked at him with a bitter smile. Dr. Chen, I want to see Nianji and say sorry to her personally. She would only have the chance to apologize to those 2 field agents after she died. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, only wanted to say sorry to them while she was still alive. This might be Yi Zidan's last wish in this life. Chen Lai thought about it. Wait. He walked out and called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, Dr. Yi said she wants to see Nianji. What do you think? Hua Xiaoheng was still smoking in front of the window beside the elevator when Chen Lai's voice came through his Bluetooth headset. He thought about it for a while and said, let her see him. He glanced at Yin Shixiang behind him. Take Nianji to see Yi Zidan. There were audio and video recordings in the interrogation room anyway. He wanted to see what Yi Zidan would say to Nianji. Nianji was so smart. He didn't know if she would lure the mastermind behind Yi Zidan out. Roger, Chief. Yin Shixiang thought so too. Yin Shixiang hurried to Chen Lai's office and saw Gu Nianji still playing games on her iPad. He quickly waved at her. Nianji, Dr. Yi wants to see you. Come with me. Gu Nianji was a bit surprised. She put down the iPad and straightened her clothes. She called out crisply, Brother Xiong, long time no see. Then she got up and briskly walked to the door. Why does Dr. Yi want to see me? I don't know either. Dr. Chen just called to ask Hua Xiao, and he approved. Yin Shixiang said as he secretly observed Gu Nianji's expression. In the past, Gu Nianji would definitely smile like a flower when he mentioned Hua Xiao. Today, however, she was very calm and didn't show any emotion. Yin Shixiang scratched his head and didn't dare bring it up again. Gu Nianji followed Yin Shixiang to the elevator. When they entered, she saw that Yin Shixiang was still looking around. Brother Xiong, what are you looking for? Yin Shixiang opened his mouth, but when he recalled Gu Nianji calling him Mr. Hua, he decided to keep his mouth shut. He smiled and said, I'm seeing if anyone else is coming. If not, I'll close the elevator. Gu Nianji pouted. It was 4 in the morning. Why would there be so many people taking the elevator at this time? He didn't even know how to find a reasonable excuse. She didn't say anything else and quickly followed Yin Shixiang to the interrogation room. Chen Lai was waiting for them at the door. When he saw Gu Nianji, he grabbed her arm and went in with her. Yin Shixiang stood guard at the door. In the interrogation room, Yi Zidan was already curled up against the glass wall. She looked very haggard. Gu Nianji quietly walked over. Seeing Yi Zidan like this, she also felt bad. Gu Nianji coughed and said, Dr. Yi. Yi Zidan slowly looked up. Her eyes lit up when she saw Gu Nianji. She quickly stood up with the help of the glass wall and stared at Gu Nianji. Her gaze was so passionate that it bordered on greed. Nianji. Are you really okay? It's great that you're okay. Nianji, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a deal with you for the experimental data. Her voice was high-pitched and had a different kind of emotion and excitement than usual. Gu Nianji was speechless. What could she say? Thank her for not killing her. So she could only stay silent. Yi Zidan's emotions were extremely unstable. She looked at Gu Nianji through the glass wall and cried and laughed at the same time. Nianji, the person I'm most sorry to is you. You're actually more pitiful than me. I shouldn't have cooperated with others to hurt you. I still remember that time you were raped to that state. You were covered in cuts and bruises. I felt so bad when I saw it. How could I pour salt on your wounds? I must have been possessed. Gu Nianji's expression gradually darkened. She stiffly interrupted Yi Zidan. Dr. Yi, do you know what you're saying? What do you mean by raped? I didn't. Zhao Liangzi, who was recording the entire process in the central control room, saw this and immediately turned off all the recording and video equipment. He quickly notified Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, listen to what Yi Zidan is saying to Nianji. Yi Zidan's crying and laughing voice could be heard from Hua Xiaoheng's Bluetooth headset. That time you were raped to that state, Motherf *Ker. You're asking for it. Hua Xiaoheng, who was usually as calm as a mountain, suddenly threw away the cigarette in his hand and cursed. This is the first chapter. Seeing how anxious everyone is, today is the third chapter. Monthly votes of 3,000 will be added in advance. Also, let me remind everyone of the recommendation votes. Monthly votes of 3,000 for the second chapter will be added in advance at 1 p.m., and the third chapter will be at 7 p.m. P.S. I'm not a full-time writer. I still have a very busy full-time job. I can guarantee 2 chapters a day of 5,000 to 6,000 words. If I want more chapters, I hope everyone can motivate me with monthly votes. After all, I can only sleep for 3 to 4 hours between the third and fourth chapters. I can't live like this forever. Let's understand each other and not hurt each other, okay? Chapter 707. Hua Xiaoheng entered the elevator with a solemn expression as he spoke to Zhao Liangzi through his Bluetooth headset, informed the execution team to execute her immediately. Zhao Liangzi looked at his watch. It was only 4:30 in the morning. Prisoners were usually executed at noon, but Yi Zidan had drawn a death sentence for herself. She wanted to die so badly. When the prison executed prisoners, they would usually be given a good last meal and would be given a few sets of clothes they liked according to the prisoners' requests. Usually, when there was food, drink, and clothes they liked, the prisoners would know that it meant, it's time. In the interrogation room of the disciplinary team, Gu Nianji looked at Yi Zidan with a dark expression and said coldly, Dr. Yi, that's enough. I originally thought that a dying man's words were kind, so I came to see you for the last time. But listen to what you're saying. Do you sound human? No wonder you would betray your comrades in exchange for benefits. People like you will never be number one in medicine. You're always trying to be opportunistic and steal other people's things for your own achievements. Shame on you. Gu Nianji's words hit the weakest spot in Yi Zidan's heart. To her, the desire for medical breakthroughs had already become her obsession. Just like the Japanese doctors in the infamous 731 unit, they didn't hesitate to use real people for human experiments in order to pursue breakthroughs in technology. The demon doctors in Unit 731 didn't treat the Chinese as humans, instead, they treated them as animals. They even treated them as pieces of wood and stones. They were just a group of experimental data, not living humans who could cry and feel pain like they did. What was the big deal about betraying comrades? When necessary, they would even betray their ancestors, family, and even themselves. You'll never understand how much more powerful they are than us. You were able to escape death this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. You can't escape. They've got their eyes on you. You'll never escape. Yi Zidan was almost driven insane by Gu Nianji's words. She raised her hands and laughed loudly like she had gone crazy. Gu Nianji sneered and crossed her arms in disdain. Dr. Yi, don't waste your energy. It's useless to pretend to be mentally ill. I'm a lawyer, and I can tell you responsibly that mental illness can't be used as an excuse for espionage. Yi Zidan's maniacal laughter stopped abruptly, and she glared at Gu Nianji with bloodshot eyes. Her neatly combed hair was now a mess, and she indeed looked like a lunatic. You don't believe me. Gu Nianji was full of confidence when it came to her profession. Espionage is not a normal crime. It requires the criminal to have absolute mental control and the ability to act. Therefore, People who can commit espionage cannot be mentally ill. Conversely, it was impossible for a psychopath to successfully carry out espionage. You'd better save it. Your master behind the scenes has obviously given up on you. You're just a lowly little minion. You're the kind of idiot who would wave the flag and cheer for your master before your execution. No, they said that I'm very important to them. I'm their only informant in the Special Operations Forces. Yizidan shook her head furiously, as if she could deny Gu Nianji's words if she shook her head hard enough. Gu Nianji snorted. She propped up one hand and tapped her right cheek with her slender fingers. Keep numbing yourself. You're their only informant. How could you believe something like that? I really admire those people now. They really know how to look for weaknesses in human nature. To you, Dr. Yi, the usual tools of bribery, money and handsome men, definitely won't work. So what can they do to turn you against them? They can only target your eagerness to reach the pinnacle of medical technology. Don't be so smug. Do you think you can escape again after escaping this time? Yizidan gave up and glared at Gu Nianji. She looked like a completely different person from when she was crying and remorseful. She had originally wanted to sincerely apologize to Gu Nianji, but she hadn't expected Gu Nianji's words to be so sharp. Yizidan's apology instantly vanished. Do you think I'm stupid? If they were that powerful, they wouldn't have turned you against them to track my whereabouts. If Gu Nianji wasn't capable herself, she would have been buried under the Alps a long time ago. Gu Nianji had to rely on herself to escape that time. Although she was very sad, she also had confidence in her own abilities. Although failure was the mother of success, only success could give birth to self-confidence. Chenlai was so shocked that he almost fainted when he heard Yizidan tell him about the first time Gu Nianji had been infected with H3OB7 and how Huashao had spun her around in circles to the point where it was too horrible to look at. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was only glad that he had held back and didn't tell Yizidan the whole truth. Yizidan only knew that Gu Nianji had been drugged to that extent, but she didn't know it was because she had been infected with H3OB7. She only thought it was a normal aphrodisiac. She also didn't know it was Huashao. Luckily she didn't know. Otherwise, Huashao would have been even worse. Huashao, this is as far as I can help you, Chenlai thought silently and was about to pull Gu Nianji away when he saw Gu Nianji's face darken and immediately take control of the conversation. Under her provocation, Yizidan almost went crazy. Chenlai didn't say anything. He pricked up his ears and carefully listened to their confrontation. He also wanted to know who they Yizidan mentioned were. But just as Yizidan pounced on the glass wall and wanted to punch through it to fight Gu Nianji, Zhou Qiyuan's voice sounded from outside the door. Time's up. The criminal is going to the execution ground. Chenlai. Gu Nianji, the two of them looked at each other blankly. The door to the interrogation room opened, and Yin Shixiang waved at Gu Nianji. Nianji, come out quickly. Gu Nianji saw a tall, thin man standing at the door. He looked very ordinary, the kind that would be hard to pick out in a crowd. But occasionally, that person's gaze swept over, and his gaze was so sharp it made people shiver. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. This person was so powerful. How come she had never seen him before? This person was one of Huashaoheng's two other secret personal secretaries, Zhou Qiyuan. He was also the person in charge of the Special Operations Forces disciplinary team. Chenlai pushed Gu Nianji, and the two of them quickly walked out of the interrogation room. Big Xiong, it's not even noon yet. Are you going to execute her now? Chenlai asked with a frown. He looked behind Yin Shixiang and didn't see Huashaoheng. He suspected it was Huashaoheng's idea. It was indeed Huashaoheng's idea. When he heard Yizidan tell Gu Nianji about that incident, he cursed himself for making the same mistake as his grandfather for being soft-hearted. In their line of work, being soft-hearted was a big taboo. If he had shot Yiziden a long time ago, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. The Special Operations Forces execution team arrived at the execution ground. It was only 5 in the morning, and the sky was about to brighten. The first rays of dawn had just appeared, and the air carried the chill of late autumn. The Special Operations Forces execution ground was in a valley surrounded by fiery red maple leaves. The grass there was greener than anywhere else. Yiziden was brought to the execution ground with a hood over her head. A tall man wearing sunglasses and a mask covered himself completely. He walked in front of Yiziden, pulled off her hood, and used an iris scanner to scan her iris. Then he ordered someone to lift her hand and check her fingerprints. He also took a drop of blood from her fingertip and put it on file. After verifying her identity, he pushed her to the execution ground and stood with her back facing the executioner. Yiziden's legs had already turned to jelly, and she couldn't stand up at all. She could only kneel on the grass. The moment the sun rose, the executioner took out his gun, aimed it in Yiziden's direction, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The sound of bullets echoed in the air above the execution ground. The executioner emptied a magazine, calmly changed to another one, and continued shooting. In the end, he only finished after changing 3 magazines. Yin Shixiang watched the entire process from the small room of the execution ground. After the executioner finished shooting and confirmed that Yiziden was dead, he threw the gun to the soldiers on the execution ground and turned to walk back into the small room. Yin Shixiang watched silently as the executioner took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. He respectfully handed a wet tissue to the executioner to wipe his hands. So the executioner was actually Hua Xiaoheng. With his status, he had personally come to execute Yiziden. It was clear how angry he was at what Yiziden had done. Yin Shixiang didn't know what to say, so he could only awkwardly try to find something to say. Hua Xiao, why did you shoot so many times? Usually 1 shot is enough, 2 at most. Hua Xiaoheng took off his sunglasses and said calmly. I'm not good at shooting, so I shot a few more times. Yin Shixiang immediately knelt down. Let me tell a joke, Hua Xiao said his shooting skills were not good. Do you believe it? I don't believe it _, smiley face. This is the 2nd monthly pass of 3,000 early updates. It's the 3rd update today. Also, I want to remind everyone of the recommendation votes. 7 p.m. of the 3rd update. Chapter 708. Yiziden was taken away, and Gu Nianji and Chen Lai also left the Department of Discipline building. Chen Lai was in a daze the whole way. He couldn't focus at all. In the end, he didn't want to go back to the office and said to Gu Nianji, I'm going back to my dorm to rest for a while. Nianji, can you go back to the ward alone? Although Gu Nianji no longer had a fever, Chen Lai was still worried. He wanted to keep her under observation for 2 more days, so he didn't allow her to leave the hospital for now. Gu Nianji nodded. Brother Chen, have a good rest. She continued, when you're done resting, can I go back to school? Okay, we'll talk about it when I get back. Chen Lai waved without looking back and turned to another path back to the dormitory. Gu Nianji returned to Chen Lai's office alone and sat down in the single room outside. She let out a long sigh. Yiziden had been taken away and would probably never return. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully and realized that she didn't have any extra sympathy for her. Perhaps she really didn't light up the Holy Mother, skill point 4, hitting the left side of the face and offering the right side up. Perhaps Yiziden's last words had wiped out the last bit of sympathy she had left. She leaned back on the sofa and covered her forehead with the back of her hand, thinking silently. Although Gu Nianji had rebutted Yiziden's last words on the spot, it was impossible for her not to suspect anything. That time, you were raped to that state, and you were covered in bruises all over, Yi Zidan's words echoed in Gu Nianji's ears over and over again. As she recalled the past, her face gradually turned pale. Gu Nianji remembered very clearly that although she had been drugged with an aphrodisiac at her university classmate Feng Yishi's birthday party, she had sought out Chen Lai before the drug had taken effect. Chen Lai had brought her to the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City. She just couldn't remember what happened after she arrived at the Special Operations Forces base. By the time she woke up, it was already 2 weeks later, and she had also missed He Zichu's interview because of this. If what Yi Zidan said was true, then she could only have been raped during the period when she lost her memory at the Special Operations Forces base. However, the Special Operations Forces base was Hu Xiao's territory. How could something like that happen? Gu Nianji felt that Yi Zidan wasn't telling the truth, no matter if it was logical or logical. But Yi Zidan also swore that she saw her, covered in wounds, and that after she woke up, it was indeed Yi Zidan who took care of her. What the hell was going on? Also, she clearly remembered that her first time was with Hu Xiao. Her thoughts suddenly flew to her first time with Hu Xiao. It didn't seem to have been on the bed, but in the bathtub. That was strange. Then did she bleed? Actually, not much time had passed, but she couldn't remember the details. Rubbing her forehead in frustration, she picked up the iPad on the sofa and started playing games. When she was in a bad mood, only games could divert her attention. When Hu Xiaoheng returned from the execution ground, he couldn't help but go to the medical building at the military base. He brought Yin Shixiang to the floor where Chen Lai's office was and paced around the elevator for a while. Yin Shixiang followed behind her for a few steps and suddenly had an idea. He thought, is Nianji arguing with Hu Xiao? So Hu Xiao never went to see Nianji, then what was he going to do? To be a big light bulb. Hu Xiao would be embarrassed even if he wanted to coax Nianji. Yin Shixiang decided not to go. Hu Xiao, I'll go see how little Zay is doing. Can you go to Dr. Chen's office alone? Hu Xiaoheng didn't turn around and waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Yin Shixiang sighed in relief and ran to find Zhao Liangzi with a face full of gossip. Gu Nianji, who had always listened to Hu Xiaoheng like a god, had finally rebelled. Yin Shixiang was so excited that he couldn't help but want to share it with someone. He couldn't be the only one scared. Little Zay had to be scared, too. It was better to scare everyone than to scare him alone. The distance from the elevator to Chen Lai's office was only about 10 meters, but Hu Xiaoheng felt like he had walked for a long time. When he reached the door, he quietly looked at it and opened it after a while. Gu Nianji was playing on the iPad on the sofa when she heard the door open. She thought it was Chen Lai coming back and didn't look up. Brother Chen, why are you back so soon? Did you rest well? No one spoke at the door. Gu Nianji suddenly felt the air become heavy. She looked up in surprise but didn't see Chen Lai. Instead, she saw Hu Xiaoheng standing at the door. The lights in the hallway shone from behind him and cast a tall silhouette. He stood at the door, his deep, dark eyes staring at her without moving. How long had it been since they last saw each other? Gu Nianji couldn't figure it out at the moment. She looked at him but realized that she didn't feel as elated as she used to when she saw him. On the contrary, as soon as she saw him, she recalled the scene when he and Tan Guiren got off the plane. That casual smile, the way he subconsciously helped her up, and the way he accepted the bouquet, all the scenes flashed through Gu Nianji's mind. What little was left of her nostalgia was instantly shattered. She originally thought that when she saw him again, she would cry and make a fuss. She would vent all her grievances before breaking up with him, but she realized that her heart was as calm as a mirror. She nodded at Hu Xiaoheng. Mr. Hua is here. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at her. Nianji, must you be so distant? Then call you Uncle Hua. Familiar enough, right? Hu Xiaoheng felt a lump in his throat. The corners of his lips couldn't help twitching. He finally walked in and closed the door. Walking to Gu Nianji, he asked calmly, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better. Thank you for your concern." Gu Nianji turned off the iPad and stood up to give Hu Xiaoheng her seat. "Please sit. Do you want some tea? Or coffee?" Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and continued to ask her, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" "No, I'm fine." Gu Nianji was polite. "Thank you for bringing me to Brother Chen's place." Hu Xiaoheng sighed and his voice became even lower. "Nianji, don't be like this, I'm just like that. I'm sorry, but I don't fit your expectations." Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with clear eyes. "I actually have something to talk to Mr. Hu about. I originally thought that you were so busy that it would take a year and a half before you could take the time to see a nobody like me. I didn't expect to see you in just one day." "Stop it." Hu Xiaoheng reached out to hold Gu Nianji's hand. "You know that I'm always free to you. I really don't know when you'll be free." Gu Nianji took a step back, and Hu Xiaoheng's hand missed. Gu Nianji thought she would cry, but she didn't. She didn't want to be too sarcastic and make it seem like she was jealous. She didn't want to continue leaving that impression on Hu Xiaoheng. Perhaps it was because Hu Xiaoheng's impression of her was too poor, so no matter how hard she tried, he only thought she was throwing a tantrum. She had risked her life in Germany, but he only left the impression of her as throwing a tantrum. Gu Nianji finally felt her heart ache. Her nose felt dry, and tears gathered in her eyes, but she didn't cry. Lowering her head and taking 2 deep breaths, Gu Nianji recalled what Yi Zitan had said. The question that had been rolling around in her mind just now couldn't come out when she faced Hu Xiaoheng. It wasn't that she was embarrassed, but Gu Nianji subconsciously felt that with Hu Xiaoheng's abilities, he could easily fool her. So if she really wanted to find the answer, she definitely shouldn't start with Hu Xiaoheng. She should start with Chen Lai. Chen Lai had a big mouth, so it would be much easier to get information from him than from Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was lost in her thoughts, and Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her hand. She quickly struggled. "Let go. Nianji, let's talk this out." Hu Xiaoheng used a bit of strength to pull her back to sit on the sofa. Gu Nianji used more strength and finally broke free from his hand. Turning around, she took the iPad and hugged it. She thought she should cut the Gordian knot quickly. It was better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji, who was inches away from him. He really wanted to hug her, but seeing that she was about to explode at the slightest touch, he restrained himself. They hadn't seen each other for a few months, yet she was like this when they met again. Hu Xiaoheng propped up his elbow and leaned against the sofa's armrest. His long legs stretched out lazily, and his other arm was draped over the back of the sofa behind Gu Nianji, wrapping his arms around her. Gu Nianji turned those words over in her mind a few times. Looking down, she finally said with difficulty, "Mr. Hu, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I'm very grateful. Nianji, look at me. What did I teach you in the past? It's impolite not to look into the other person's eyes when you speak," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He quietly sat closer to Gu Nianji. It was the 3rd watch, and it was the 3rd watch today. Also, a reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Good night, everyone. Chapter 709. It was still the familiar doting tone and deep, seductive voice. In the past, Gu Nianji's legs would turn to jelly just hearing Hu Xiaoheng speak like this, not to mention looking at his mesmerizing eyes. He looked at her so intently, as if she were the only thing he was interested in the world. But what was the truth? Gu Nianji shook her head lightly and looked up to meet Hu Xiaoheng's gaze. Her eyes were also very large, and when she looked at you, you could even see the reflection in her eyes. Now, those soul-stirring eyes were as clear as an autumn lake with a hint of blue, but they didn't have the intoxication and joy that he was familiar with in the past. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. Gu Nianji looked at him and smiled. In Mr. Hua's eyes, am I still that insensible child? Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and sat closer to her. Then in Mr. Hua's eyes, what kind of person am I? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Of course he knew what kind of person she was. She was obedient to the point of being well-behaved, smart, and very kind, compassionate, and righteous. All in all, he had raised her, so how could he not know what kind of person she was? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and reached out to caress the long hair behind her back. Gu Nianji looked away and took a step back. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak, Gu Nianji could only speak to herself. In Mr. Hua's eyes, am I an obedient little girl, smart, kind, and compassionate? It was the same as Hua Xiaoheng thought. The corners of his lips curled up, and he replied in a low voice, Though. Gu Nianji laughed helplessly. See, this is the difference between us. Straightening her sleeves, Gu Nianji took another step back, almost to the side of the sofa. Actually, I'm not like this. I'm like this because I know you like it, so I act like this in front of you. See, didn't you believe me? Hua Xiaoheng stopped and placed his hand on the back of the sofa behind Gu Nianji. Didn't you? Of course not. Actually, I'm not an obedient person. If you spend more time with my classmates, as well as the professors and teachers at school, you'll know that Gu Nianji has never been an obedient person. I like to question authority and challenge the impossible. I'm smart, but I'm also stubborn. When I'm stubborn, I'm so stubborn that people want to beat me up. I actually have a very bad temper, and I turn hostile as quickly as flipping a book. Mr. Hua, you should be happy because my petty temper and petty thoughts have never been used on you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know if he should be happy or sad. He frowned and said indifferently, who doesn't have a temper? I know that you have these small problems, but in my eyes, they are not problems. Gu Nianji smiled. Yeah, you're a magnanimous person. Of course you don't care about my small problems. But they are a part of me. I am petty and possessive. There are some things that I would rather smash than share with others. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He only looked at her deeply, and his furrowed brows didn't loosen for a moment. Gu Nianji picked up the iPad and slid her fingers across the smooth glass-like screen. Her voice was cold, like the icicles that formed in the Alps during the Ice Age. Every word she spat out pierced Hua Xiaoheng's cold heart. Mr. Hua, you feel that my attitude has changed and that we're distant, but do you know why? Hua Xiaoheng maintained his position on the sofa, but he sat closer to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had already retreated to the other end of the sofa and had nowhere else to go. Hua Xiaoheng's tall body pressed over and encircled her in the corner of the sofa. Gu Nianji was lost in her memories. She didn't seem to care about his actions, or perhaps she didn't even realize what he was doing. Those two people pretending to be police officers stuffed me into Seth's car. I thought I was dead for sure. I know better than most people what kind of person Seth is. When he dealt with Li Haiqing, he would absolutely torture him to death. But I was lucky and actually woke up unscathed. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched uncontrollably. I took advantage of Seth's evil intentions to kick him and injure him, then I escaped from the car. At the time, it was raining heavily outside, and I was panicking on the narrow mountain roads in the Alps. I didn't dare to steal a car because there were cliffs on both sides of the road. I was afraid I would fall off the cliff before I could even get out. But in the end, I still jumped off the cliff because I had nowhere to run. Hua Xiaoheng's lips pressed into a thin line, and his heart was beating very hard. This level of danger was nothing to him, but Gu Nianji was different. She had never experienced such danger before. Although he had taught her some survival skills in the wild, it had never included survival training that involved jumping off cliffs, which was extremely difficult for Special Forces soldiers. At the time, I was still thinking that I might never see you again. Gu Nianji calmly recounted the deep feelings of the past as if she were telling someone else's story. Hu Xiaoheng took another step closer and wrapped his arms around her, wanting her to lean into his embrace. However, Gu Nianji didn't lean in. She still sat upright and stared straight ahead, as if she could see that rainy night in the Alps. Later, when I woke up, they still didn't let me go. They hung 4 fake police officers from the cliffs to hunt me down. I could only continue running for my life. Along the way, I slept in the open and fought with wild beasts every day. Luckily, I met a cute little black bear. It helped me a lot. Gu Nianji sniffled. I miss it. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists. He placed one hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and the other on her arm. He only needed to use a little strength to lift her up and place her on his lap. However, Gu Nianji's entire body was stiff and straight. Her pale face was like exquisite porcelain, and he didn't dare to use too much strength in case he crushed her. I didn't even dare to call you guys when I was being hunted down by those people because I was afraid it would affect your work. I had no other choice but to call Brother Chen's cell phone. I didn't expect that one call would cause 2 field agents to lose their lives. Gu Nianji's nasal voice became even more pronounced. Hu Xiaoheng knew that she was feeling guilty. He patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. It's not your fault. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. How can I not feel guilty? Gu Nianji asked seriously. She looked up and realized that Hu Xiaoheng was already sitting so close to her. His body was steaming hot, radiating her with his aura. Gu Nianji looked at him, and her expression had already calmed down. I was in such a dangerous situation, but I couldn't bear to trouble you guys. But what about you? What were you doing at that time? Watching the sea with the Prime Minister's daughter, or listening to the rain with her? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. I'm not blaming you. I know that was a mission given to you by the higher-ups. Even though the mission was F***ed up in my opinion. Gu Nianji cursed rudely. Hu Xiaoheng instinctively wanted to correct her, but after thinking about it carefully, she wasn't wrong. The mission after that was F***ed up. He patted her back and said, I'm sorry. She was struggling to survive in the wilderness and yearned for his rescue, but what about him? No wonder she was so sad. Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and didn't explain the dangerous situation he had been in. A mistake was a mistake. There was no need to find excuses. You don't have to apologize to me. Really? Gu Nianji took out the gift she had originally planned to give Hu Xiaoheng, the Zippo lighter. Then I met Reinitz and ALS. I didn't investigate and fell into their trap. But after I realized it, I didn't let them have it easy. Gu Nianji played with the Zippo lighter in her hand and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. I broke into their system and wiped out their entire intelligence network. Did you guys receive those emails? Yes. Hu Xiaoheng gripped her shoulders tightly and noticed that she had lost a lot of weight. Her soft, round, and almost boneless shoulders were now frighteningly thin in his hands. Thank you. Although the precious information had been delayed for 3 days and caused them to lose many opportunities to eliminate the traitor, the information contained in the documents marked as top secret was enough for them to study for 10 years. You're welcome. You guys have protected me for so many years. This is the last thing I can do for you guys. As Gu Nianji spoke, she pulled Hu Xiaoheng's hand away and placed the lighter in his palm. This lighter was originally meant to be a gift for you. It saved my life, so it's the last gift I'll give you. You don't mind that it's already old, right? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the lighter that still carried Gu Nianji's warmth. His arms tightened and he finally hugged Gu Nianji tightly. His extreme guilt and indescribable discomfort were all poured into this indescribable hug. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and stretched out her arms to pat his back. It's okay. I don't mind anymore. Without your guidance all these years, I wouldn't have made it out of the Alps alive. No matter what, I'm very grateful to you. The more polite she was, the more distant they were. Hua Xiaoheng's heart ached. He suddenly lifted her chin and was about to kiss her curvy lips. Gu Nianji didn't dodge or hide. She just looked at him, her clear eyes reflecting his tense expression. He actually couldn't continue kissing her. Their lips were inches apart, and they could feel each other's hot breaths on their lips and the corners of their eyes. They were so close, but it seemed like there was an invisible wall between them. When I was electrocuted by ALS, I really couldn't take it anymore. I thought about your embrace and that you would come to save me. That way, it wouldn't hurt as much. But after I was saved by Reinitz, I saw you and the Prime Minister's daughter. I felt like it was better to continue being electrocuted in the bar. Hua Xiaoheng's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He buried her head in his chest and hugged her with all his strength. Gu Nianji's tears flowed. Hua Xiaoheng, let's break up. This was the first time. Chapter 7:10. She really wanted to break up. These words suddenly flashed through Hua Xiaoheng's mind. All these years, Gu Nianji had called him Uncle Hua, Hua Xiao, and Mr. Hua, but this was the first time she had called him by his full name. This was the first time he had heard his name come out of her mouth, but it was because she wanted to break up with him. Hua Xiaoheng's feelings were very complicated. He instinctively hugged her tighter and pressed his cheek against the top of her head. Nianji, I know you're very sad and heartbroken. Don't make any decisions at a time like this, okay? Hua Xiaoheng patted her back again and again. He could feel her trembling as she tried to hold back her sobs. His heart ached for her. Gu Nianji sniffled and pushed herself up from Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She looked at his solemn expression and said, I'm not at my most sad and heartbroken right now. I thought about it for a long time before I made this decision. As she spoke, Gu Nianji opened the iPad she had been holding in her hand and pulled up the inventory of her assets. These are all things you've given me all these years. Actually, I shouldn't have accepted them, so I'm returning them to you. Gu Nianji pointed at the real estate, deposit receipts, and investment accounts. However, I won't be returning the clothes, shoes, bags, and skincare products you bought for me. I don't like people using my things. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji's heart was broken when Jichu had listened to the recording of Gu Nianji's heart-wrenching crying on the plane yesterday through the intercom. He had been mentally prepared for Gu Nianji to break up, but he hadn't expected her to bring it up so quickly. She had even quickly divided up their assets. Once a girl with a high IQ detached herself from the little whirlpool of love and romance, she was so calm that it made people look at her in a new light. Hua Xiaoheng felt pity and love for Gu Nianji when she was like this, but he also felt a bit guilty. It was just that Gu Nianji had the final say in the beginning of their relationship, but she didn't have the final say in the end. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips, his tightened jaw revealing an unquestionable determination. He continued to hold her in his arms as he listened to her words that pierced his heart. Leaning over, he lifted her chin with one hand and gently pecked her pink, curvy lips. His deep, melodious voice was like a seductive demon. Nianji, I know. I know everything. No one will use your things. It's all yours. All of it, it's all yours. Tears streamed down Gu Nianji's face as she tried to pry his hand away from her chin, but she couldn't move it. She could only raise her head and allow him to kiss her again and again. Was he treating her like a child again? Every time he made her sad, all he had to do was kiss her, hug her, and lift her up high, and everything would be fine, right? Gu Nianji was furious. When he kissed her again, she suddenly opened her mouth and pounced on him like a little leopard. She bit down hard on his lower lip. Her neat, white teeth immediately left a row of tiny teeth marks on his lower lip. She bit down so hard that she only loosened her teeth when she felt a sweet taste on the tip of her tongue. It was bleeding, the two of them were so close that their breaths mingled. He was panting lightly, but she was as tense as a little animal. She was completely wary of him. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes gradually darkened. How could he stop loving her just like that? Did he ask him? His right hand seemed to have a mind of its own as it circled around the back of Gu Nianji's neck. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and kissed her again. Gu Nianji became even angrier. She opened her mouth, and the two rows of white teeth were about to bite him again. However, Hua Xiaoheng held her lips tightly and sucked hard. Taking advantage of her opening her mouth to bite him, he held her cheeks like a pair of iron pincers. Just like that, his tongue invaded her mouth, hooked onto the tip of her delicate tongue, and continued to linger. Gu Nianji moaned and struggled in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She couldn't push him away with her arms, so she even used her legs. She stretched out her long legs, but Hua Xiaoheng's other hand pressed them down and pushed them forward. Just like that, he pushed her onto the sofa, and her long legs hung right around his thin waist. Gu Nianji immediately realized she was wrong again. Competing with Hua Xiaoheng's physical strength was stupid. Not to mention the fact that Gu Nianji was no match for Hua Xiaoheng. Even if they fought, Gu Nianji would be taken down by Hua Xiaoheng with one hand. In a panic, Gu Nianji began to cry out in pain. "Let me go. My arm is about to break. It hurts." The video of ALS electrocuting Gu Nianji immediately appeared in Hua Xiaoheng's mind. His entire body froze. After a while, he finally calmed down and sat up from the sofa with Gu Nianji in his arms. Gu Nianji quickly pushed him away and stood up from the sofa. "Hua Xiaoheng, we broke up. You can't just hug me and kiss me whenever you want." Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her, his eyes dark and bottomless. "Did you hear me? Say something." Gu Nianji glared at Hua Xiaoheng. "Do you agree or not?" Hua Xiaoheng panted slightly and sat on the sofa. After he calmed down, he looked at her and said slowly, "I'll think about it." Gu Nianji was speechless. He was actually using bureaucratic language with her. Gu Nianji felt even more disgusted. She looked down and picked up the iPad from the sofa. She opened the list of assets and printed it out in 2 copies. She kept one for herself and passed the other to Hua Xiaoheng. "This is yours. When I have time, I'll go to your official residence and find these things to return to you. Also, take my clothes, shoes, and bags with you." Hua Xiaoheng finally took the list and looked at it. He said slowly, "You've already returned the apartment to me. Where are you going to put your clothes, shoes, and bags?" Gu Nianji originally wanted to say that she would put them in the student dormitory, but then she remembered that she had an entire 10-square-meter cloakroom in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence just for her clothes. Her entire room in the B University dormitory wasn't even 10 square meters. "I'm looking for an apartment. I have enough money to pay the down payment." Gu Nianji blinked and unknowingly revealed her intentions. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his brows. "You can stay in that apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. You don't have to return it to me." "No, I hate that place the most." Gu Nianji immediately objected. Because Gu Yanran lived above her, she didn't want to mistreat herself anymore. If she didn't like it, then she should clearly express it. What if she didn't want to consider the bigger picture? Hua Xiaoheng understood and was silent for a while. "Okay, then we'll talk about it later. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You should rest first." Gu Nianji didn't argue with him. She knew that arguing now was useless. Hu Xiaoheng obviously thought that she was throwing a tantrum on a whim and thought that it would be fine after a while. She would use her actions to prove that she wasn't throwing a tantrum. Thinking about it this way, Gu Nianji also calmed down. Okay, Brother Chen also asked me to rest first. She rubbed her arm. You twisted it just now. I don't know if it's dislocated. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and grabbed her elbow and squeezed it. Then he squeezed her shoulder and said, It's not dislocated. Gu Nianji shook her arm and suddenly remembered that she had been in danger several times in the Alps. Her arm had been injured, but it had quickly healed. Hu Xiaoheng, do you and Brother Chen know that I have a special constitution? Gu Nianji asked directly and didn't beat around the bush. Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? When I was being chased in the Alps, I was injured a few times. Gu Nianji stretched out her left arm that had been shot and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a smooth, snow-white arm without a single flaw. Not even a single pore could be seen. Look, does this look like it was shot? Hu Xiaoheng's hand trembled visibly before he reached out to hold her wrist. His other hand stroked her arm and moved it down inch by inch. Where were you shot? Gu Nianji pointed to the direction where her left elbow was facing outwards. Here. Then she pointed to her left leg. I fell off a cliff here and even fractured it, but it completely healed within 2 days. Hu Xiaoheng half knelt down and pulled up Gu Nianji's yoga pants to examine her calf. He really couldn't see where the fracture was. Is that right? Gu Nianji continued to ask, Is this why you and Brother Chen never let me go to other hospitals? It was because of her special constitution, and because they didn't want her to become a lab rat. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and nodded. He didn't hide it from her anymore. Yes, your constitution is indeed special, but not to the point of being ridiculous. We didn't want you to go to other hospitals, and also to avoid unnecessary trouble. From this aspect, Gu Nianji was sincerely grateful to Hu Xiaoheng and Chen Lai. The two of them cherished her like a human being, not as important experimental data. Gu Nianji was extremely grateful to Hu Xiaoheng when she thought about what Yi Zidan would do for experimental data. But gratitude was one thing, and loving him was another. Gu Nianji nodded and was about to thank Hu Xiaoheng when she heard knocking at the door. Yin Shixiang's voice sounded at the door. Hu Xiao, Secretary Chao from General Ji's side is here. He said he wants to take you to see General Ji. He didn't want to make the call, but came directly to arrest her. Hu Xiaoheng was also prepared to see General Ji today to explain the situation. He straightened his military uniform and looked at Gu Nianji. Rest well, we'll talk when I come back. Gu Nianji smiled and said noncommittally, You're busy, Chief. The big shots are important. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He walked out of Gu Nianji's room and closed the door. Hu Xiao. Yin Shixiang hurried over, but when he saw Hu Xiaoheng's face, he immediately pursed his lips. Hu Xiaoheng's lower lip was obviously bitten, and there was a row of tiny teeth marks. What was going on? Yin Shixiang quickly imagined a passionate action movie where Nianji fought back, and Hu Xiao suppressed the two and fought for 300 rounds. What's wrong? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him. Did you see a ghost? It was more frightening than seeing a ghost. Yin Shixiang stared at Hu Xiaoheng's lips in a daze and used his finger to stroke his lower lip. Hu Xiao, your mouth. What's wrong? Hu Xiaoheng froze slightly and turned to open the door. He walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The wound on his lower lip was still bleeding, and the row of tiny teeth marks on his full lip was very obvious, like a row of brands. It was the second watch. Good night, everyone. Chapter 7:11. Hu Xiaoheng looked at himself in the mirror and smiled wryly. The restroom was the one in the hospital building and also in Chunlai's office, so it was equipped with a first aid kit. Hua Xiaoheng skillfully took out a first aid kit from the cupboard. There were cotton swabs and hemostatic ointment in the first aid kit. He dipped a cotton swab in the ointment and applied it to the wound on his lower lip. He then used the cotton swab dipped in distilled water to rub it over his lower lip. Soon, the wound on his lower lip stopped bleeding, and the row of tiny teeth marks on his lip also disappeared. By the time Hua Xiaoheng came out of the bathroom, he looked normal, except that his plump lips were a little pale. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa and didn't even look up to see what Hua Xiaoheng was doing. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and went straight out. He closed the door behind him and asked Yin Shixiang, "Where's Secretary Chow?" "Downstairs." Yin Shixiang glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's lips to see that they had been cleaned up and followed him downstairs. Secretary Chow was smoking in front of a military jeep at the entrance of the medical building. When he saw Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang come out, he quickly threw away the cigarette in his hand and walked up with a smile to salute Hua Xiaoheng. "Chief, General Ji wants to see you." Although Secretary Chow was General Ji's personal secretary, his rank and position were lower than Hua Xiaoheng's. He was still very polite to Hua Xiaoheng in public. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Hello, Secretary Chow. I was planning to see General Ji today, but I didn't think we'd be going together. General Ji is just concerned about you." Secretary Chow smiled and tried to smooth things over. They exchanged some pleasantries before Fan Jian drove Hua Xiaoheng's car over and stopped beside them. Hua Xiaoheng waved at Secretary Chow. "Let's go now. Don't keep General Ji waiting." "After you." Secretary Chow watched Hua Xiaoheng get in the car before getting into his own jeep. Drive back to the military HQ. Secretary Chow drove in front with the driver while Hua Xiaoheng sat in his own car and followed behind the military jeep. At this time, the sun had just risen. The early morning sunlight shone on the streets and alleys of the imperial capital, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of osmanthus. Two military vehicles drove into the main gate of the military headquarters one after the other. "Salute." When the sentries at the gate saw the pass and license plate number on the military vehicles, they raised their right hands in unison and watched as the two vehicles drove into the depths of the headquarters. At this hour, General Ji did not go to his office. Instead, he waited for Hua Xiaoheng in his courtyard. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car at the entrance of the courtyard and gave Yin Shixiang a look. Yin Shixiang understood and didn't follow them in. Instead, he contacted Zhao Liangzi, who was stationed in the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. With a Bluetooth headset in his ear, the two of them chatted casually. Hua Xiaoheng arrived at the door of General Ji's study and saluted loudly. Hua Xiaoheng, reporting back from a mission. General Ji waited almost the entire night for Hua Xiaoheng to come see him. He was happy, angry, and a little dissatisfied. He intentionally left Hua Xiaoheng at the door for a while before calling out, "Come in." Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and walked in, closing the door at the same time. General Ji's study was covered in a thick dark red carpet. The furniture in the study was made of the same color of mahogany. The antique style made it look like the study of an old scholar. In the spacious study, a tall mahogany shelf divided the study into two halves. General Ji was sitting in a small room that was separated from the shelf. Hua Xiaoheng walked around the shelf and saw General Ji sitting behind the large desk, looking at him with a stern expression. General Ji sneered when he saw him enter. He gave him a show of strength first. "Hua Xiaoheng, you still know to come see me." "General Ji, the Special Operations Forces was in trouble after I came back, so I took care of things there first before coming to see you. If something happens to the Special Operations Forces, you will be the one to be blamed, so I had to take care of it as a top priority." Hua Xiaoheng spoke in a dignified manner. He even reminded General Ji that if the Special Operations Forces were in trouble, General Ji would definitely be in trouble as well. This was because the Special Operations Forces had been established with General G's full support in the beginning. General G laughed at Hu Xiaoheng's words. He took out a stack of documents from the drawer and threw it on the desk. What? You're doing this for my own good. Hu Xiaoheng, don't treat everyone like an idiot. What do you mean by the Special Operations Forces is in trouble? What a good excuse you have. Look at this. How did they accuse you? Accuse me? Hu Xiaoheng pretended to be confused. I just came back yesterday, so I really don't know what happened. I'd like to hear the details. Don't play dumb with me. I'm telling you, you abused your power for your own woman. You used public resources for your own personal use. How dare you tell me you don't know anything? Every single one of the above was irrefutable evidence. You'll make a mistake. You'll make a major organizational mistake. General G slapped the stack of documents on the desk and stood up from behind the desk. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said slowly. Used public resources for personal use. Abused my power. I think the people who accuse me should first ask the newly appointed Prime Minister Tan, then tell me what it means to use public resources for personal use. General G was speechless at Hu Xiaoheng's words and felt a bit guilty. Hu Xiaoheng's trip to New York this time was indeed an undeserved disaster. He had originally asked Hu Xiaoheng to take on this mission out of kindness so he could increase his favorability with the cabinet. He hadn't expected it to be a trap. General G coughed and put away the stack of documents. You can't say that. Prime Minister Tan is the Prime Minister, after all. Helping him is part of your job. As a soldier, shouldn't you protect the safety of the Prime Minister's family? I think they forgot that when they sent me to New York, Tan Dongbang wasn't the Prime Minister yet, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. They wanted to make him a scapegoat. This kind of person hadn't even been born yet. Even if he had, he could immediately send him to reincarnate again. Look at you. What's the rush? Didn't I hit your sore spot? General G folded his hands behind his back and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Don't play dumb with me. You didn't hesitate to use a fighter jet for your girlfriend. Isn't that favoritism? What kind of status does Gu Nianji have? And what kind of status does Tan Guiran have? How can they be compared? Hu Xiaoheng also folded his hands behind his back and spread his legs. He stood as straight as a pine tree and as tall as a mountain. He said calmly, You're right. No matter how you look at it, Tan Guiran can't be compared to Gu Nianji. It's good that you know. General G saw that Hu Xiaoheng seemed to admit defeat, and his anger subsided a bit. He was about to say something to ease the situation when Hu Xiaoheng spoke again. Tan Guiran is useless to the country and has made no contributions. Instead, she enjoys a position and treatment that doesn't match her status at all. She consumes a lot of the country's manpower, material, and financial resources. This kind of serious wasteful behavior is something we should reflect on. I will make sure this kind of thing will never happen again. General G was speechless. But Gu Nianji is different. She appeared in our country when she was 12 years old and brought about a breakthrough in engine development for the country. Our country's fighter jets are among the best in the world because of her contributions. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was serious and resolute as if he was giving a report at a national conference. The corners of General G's mouth twitched. But that blueprint clearly belongs to Gu Xiangwen. It doesn't have much to do with her, does it? It was taken from her backpack. General G, as far as we're concerned, we only recognize her. As for whether it's Gu Xiangwen's or not, we can only be sure after she wakes up. Before that, this credit belongs to Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng was relentless and wouldn't allow anything to erase Gu Nianji's contributions. General G smiled bitterly and raised his hand. Fine. Even if that's the case, the military has protected her meticulously for 7 years. It's worth the blueprint, right? Hua Xiaoheng's lips twitched. He didn't want to argue with General Ji and said, a year ago, Gu Nianji anonymously donated $90 million to the military as a charity fund for ordinary soldiers. It's now the largest charity fund in the military's hands, Jin Ji's heart. General Ji was deep in thought. Jin Ji's heart was indeed donated by Gu Nianji alone. I almost forgot, but where did she get so much money? He then muttered, Jin Ji's heart is Nianji. I was wondering why it was given such a name. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, Jin Ji's heart is Nianji's name. I took it apart and gave it to her myself. As for her money, don't you remember? That was the compensation she received from her lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Justice and the CIA. She donated it to the military without hesitation and hid her name. It wasn't for personal gain at all. General Ji, tell me, how can Tan Guiren compare to Nianji? General Ji frowned and sat down. He still said stubbornly. But that was only an economic act. Was it worth it for you to use the fighter jets privately? Yes, because she was worth it. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he tossed all the documents from the German Federal Intelligence Service that Zhao Liangze had sorted out onto General Ji's desk. This time, Gu Nianji was betrayed by our people in Germany and was captured by the German Federal Intelligence Service. However, she didn't surrender. Instead, she fought them with her wits and bravery and single-handedly took down the entire German Federal Intelligence Service's intelligence system. She forwarded all the documents from their intelligence system to our email. General Ji, tell me, is this kind of achievement not worthy of us using our fighter jets to welcome her? I also have to inform you that these important documents, which Gu Nianji almost risked her life to obtain, were delayed by 3 days because our central control room was borrowed to monitor the election. The most precious time was lost just like that. General Ji was almost dumbfounded. Trembling, he grabbed his reading glasses and put them on. He began to read the documents quickly. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. This was the most valuable asset. This was the most valuable asset of a great nation. In comparison, Gu Nianji's previous donation of $90 million was not as great as this contribution. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word. He waited for General Ji to finish reading all the documents before saying, "May I ask, are you still going to pursue me for abusing my power and using public assets for private purposes?" If you really want to pursue this, I'm not afraid of going to the Military Discipline Inspection Commission, and I'm definitely not afraid of going to the military court. I'll take out this evidence and let everyone judge. I used a fighter jet to welcome our country's hero. What's wrong with that? Who doesn't like me rescuing Gu Nianji? Just how evil are they? Do they have to force someone like Gu Nianji, who has made such a great contribution to our country, to another country before they'll be satisfied? Can't you call people like them traitors? Traitors. Traitors. This was the first watch. Yes, it was the third watch today. At noon, it was the monthly pass of 3,300 plus updates. Because it looks like it's about time, I have a time difference with everyone. In order to let everyone see the updates earlier, I'll add updates in advance in the future. There was the third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 7:12. Hua Xiaoheng enunciated each word clearly. His voice wasn't very loud, but each word was powerful and deafening. General Ji closed his eyes, and his expression gradually became solemn. He pushed the stack of documents towards Hua Xiaoheng, took off his reading glasses, and sighed. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Okay, this was indeed a false accusation, and I was prepared for it. If I really had a problem with you in this area, I wouldn't have shown you these documents. The crime of privately using a fighter jet for personal gain could be serious or minor. On the serious side, Hu Xiaoheng could be sentenced to life in prison for the highest degree of dereliction of duty. On the minor side, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to escape punishment. If he were to be punished, his rank would most likely be demoted. There was a threshold from colonel to general, and many soldiers couldn't cross it in their entire lives. For someone like Hu Xiaoheng to cross it at such a young age, he must be a thorn in many people's eyes. Once he was demoted, he would never be able to cross this threshold in his lifetime. Therefore, no matter what the situation was, General Ji would protect Hu Xiaoheng and never allow anyone to successfully file a complaint. However, Hu Xiaoheng had to be punished, so he called him to his home and planned to scold him to wake him up. In the end, Hu Xiaoheng turned the tables on him. No one would be happy to encounter something like this, but when General Ji saw the information Gu Nianji had brought back, all his dissatisfaction disappeared. Nianji has indeed made a great contribution. Don't worry, I won't mistreat her on this. I remember who has contributed to our country and our military, and I will make the country and its people remember. General Ji was a person who was clear about rewards and punishments. But you also have to be careful about how you do things. Hu Xiaoheng still stood in front of General Ji's desk with his hands behind his back. He didn't look at the documents, but looked straight ahead. He said calmly, I can understand that some people have a problem with me. In this position, there are many people who don't like me. However, I believe in the organization, believe in the higher-ups, and believe in our soldiers. Their eyes are sharp, and they will never let evil people succeed. These words were pleasing to General Ji's ears. One of the main reasons he admired Hu Xiaoheng was that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't like other soldiers who didn't care about the world. He didn't think he was the best in the world just because he had a little bit of ability. He didn't even respect his superiors and colleagues from the same unit. Hu Xiaoheng was different. He had the toughness and determination of a soldier, but he also had the smoothness and compromise of a politician. The person who could sit in the highest position in the military must be the best in both aspects. Therefore, he was determined to groom Hu Xiaoheng as his successor. However, Hu Xiaoheng was still too young. Before the tree had fully grown, there were already slanting branches that needed to be trimmed by the gardener before it could become useful. General Ji was very displeased with Hu Xiaoheng this time because he had violated too many military principles for a woman. This made General Ji very unhappy and worried. He had chosen for so many years before finally finding a successor who suited him in every aspect. He could not allow an insignificant woman to ruin Hu Xiaoheng's future. Therefore, he was even stricter with Hu Xiaoheng. General Ji's expression darkened as he frowned at Hu Xiaoheng. Nianji did make a great contribution, but you can't use her contributions as an excuse for your mistakes. Tell me, did you not do anything wrong at all? Hu Xiaoheng raised his head and said without hesitation, General Ji, I, Hu Xiaoheng, have never done anything wrong to the country, the military, or the citizens. You really didn't do anything wrong. Xiaoheng, I'll give you one last chance. General Ji propped himself on the table and slowly stood up with narrowed eyes. He leaned forward, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, this veteran's aura was truly on full display. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't frightened. He shook his head firmly. Sir, I didn't. General Ji had given Hu Xiaoheng a chance, but he was still unrepentant and unwilling to admit his mistakes. He was instantly furious. Hu Xiaoheng. As a soldier, you lied to your superiors for a woman and went against them in secret. How dare you say you didn't do anything wrong? How dare you say you didn't hide anything from me about Nianji's background? This was the real reason General Ji was most displeased with Hu Xiaoheng. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. In General Ji's eyes, Hu Xiaoheng had made a huge mistake this time. However, Hu Xiaoheng still said loudly, Sir, I didn't. You're still so stubborn. General Ji angrily took out Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen's DNA report from the drawer and angrily threw it on the desk. See for yourself. Gu Nianji isn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter at all. Gu Yanran is. We've been looking in the wrong direction all along. Yet, for the sake of your own personal gain, you deceived me because of the love between a man and a woman. You lied to the organization. Don't squander my trust in you just because I appreciate you. Ask yourself, would I make things difficult for you if you told me the truth? It's because you lied to me about this key issue that I truly feel that I can't let you be with Gu Nianji anymore. Who knows what kind of mistakes you'll make for her in the future. Xiaoheng, I handed such a large organization to you, and this is how you make the organization feel at ease. General Ji finished in one breath, the veins on his forehead popping. To a soldier, disobeying orders and secretly disobeying orders was a fatal blow. Hua Xiaoheng finally understood the real reason for General Ji's change in attitude. So it was because of Gu Nianji's background. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this. He had only kept it to himself to get the marriage permit earlier and let Gu Nianji pass the complicated background check. Now that General Ji knew, they had gotten the marriage permit, and Gu Nianji had passed the background check, he had nothing to worry about. I didn't lie, nor did I lie to you or the organization. Hua Xiaoheng's tone was still calm and his attitude was very normal. He didn't seem like he had any ulterior motives at all. General Ji stared at Hua Xiaoheng, trying to figure out what he was thinking. His brows furrowed even more. Do you think I'm that stupid? You didn't lie just because you said you didn't. You still want to be so stubborn in the face of evidence? Xiaoheng, you're not that kind of person, General Ji, don't be angry. I really didn't lie to you. I believe that the DNA report you received is real, and it does show that Gu Nianji is not related to Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state. But who can prove that Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state is the real Gu Xiangwen? Hua Xiaoheng threw out his trump card without batting an eyelid. He had begun to suspect this when he found out from Chen Lai that Gu Nianji's DNA didn't match with Gu Xiangwen. However, he did have his own plans. He wanted to temporarily give Gu Nianji an identity so she could pass the background check and marry him. Unfortunately, God's plan was not as good as his. He had everything planned out and even General Ji was kept in the dark. He just didn't expect the most uncooperative person to be Gu Nianji. Why would she even get married? She was about to break up with him. Sadness flashed across the depths of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. General Ji was flabbergasted by Hua Xiaoheng's words. He was even more shocked than the day he heard from Hua Guanchen that Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. He almost yelled, "What do you mean? You were the one who saved him. If he's fake, then why did you mobilize so many people that time?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at General Ji calmly and nodded. Yes, I brought him back personally, but I only brought him back because of Nianji's background. The situation was very urgent. As soon as we arrived in Barbados, there were people trying to kill Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state. We didn't have time to investigate the truth, so we could only bring him back first. As for the truth, I'm still investigating. I've always believed that Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, but the DNA doesn't match. Either this Gu Xiangwen is fake, or there's something we don't know about. But Gu Yanran's DNA matches his. How do you explain that? General Ji's heart slowly came back to life. Although Hua Xiaoheng's reason sounded shocking, it wasn't baseless. If everything he said was true, then Hua Xiaoheng wasn't pretending to be against him or lying to him. General Ji was confident in Hua Xiaoheng's work. General Ji heaved a long sigh of relief, and his entire body relaxed. Hua Xiaoheng continued to nod. Yes, the vegetative Gu Xiangwen and Gu Yanran should be biological father and daughter. So I think there's something we don't know. I originally wanted to summarize the contradictions and suspicious points before reporting to you in detail. But you sent me to the United States to save Prime Minister Tan's daughter as soon as we returned from Barbados. I didn't have time to do that at all. He spread his hands and took advantage of the opportunity when General G had been convinced. General G, I really want to know who gave you this DNA report. Why do you want to know this? General G narrowed his eyes and looked like a sly old fox. Nothing much. No matter who this person is, you have to be cautious. Think about it. Aren't there too many coincidences to drive a wedge between you and me? After all, everyone knows that you're my biggest and only backer. Hu Xiaoheng's words satisfied General G and finally smoothed out the discord and uneasiness he felt about his betrayal. Hu Xiaoheng knew very well that if this not really existed in General G's heart, it would grow and fester sooner or later and become a cancer that could threaten them. Now he could prick it, cut it off, and clean it so that he wouldn't have to worry about future side effects. General G truly treated Hu Xiaoheng as his confidant and confided in him. Your father found out about this from Gu Yanran. I had someone find the DNA report for me. This was an advance update for the second monthly pass of 3,300. There was still a third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Some details were changed in the previous chapter. You can go back and look at it again. Chapter 7:13. My father has something to do with this. Hu Xiaoheng was truly surprised. Why would he pay attention to this? Hu Xiaoheng was also a bit surprised that Gu Yanran had voluntarily revealed this. Because Gu Yanran had never mentioned it before, Hu Xiaoheng also knew that she wanted to get close to Gu Nianji, so she wouldn't take the initiative to reveal this. He didn't expect it to come out of her mouth this time. General G's answer answered both of his questions at the same time. It's like this. News of Nianji's disappearance in Germany came through our consulate there. Director Bai specifically asked his daughter, Bai Yueran, to inform me. I was also very shocked at the time, so I asked your father to make the decision to use the highest standards to rescue Gu Nianji. In the end, when your father went to visit Gu Xiangwen, he found Gu Yanran there, so he told her about Gu Nianji's disappearance. After all, we thought they were biological sisters at the time. General G couldn't help but sigh, but when he came back to his senses, he also realized something was amiss. Why didn't Gu Yanran mention it earlier or later? Why did she suddenly reveal the fact that Gu Nianji was an adopted daughter of the Gu family when Gu Nianji's disappearance was so urgent? I see. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say much else. Since it was his father, Hu Guanchen, who received the news, it seemed like he had to make a trip home. How is it? Did you catch the spy after you came back? General G finally asked with concern. You should also reflect on how an organization like the Special Operations Forces was infiltrated by someone. That's not strange. Our work is done through infiltration, and reverse osmosis. It would be strange if there weren't any spies. Hu Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. I can guarantee that our important departments will be able to eliminate the existence of spies, but I can't guarantee that for other departments. What do you mean? I thought the person you found this time was in the Special Operations Forces. That Dr. Yi something, right? General G was still very concerned about this matter. General G was also furious that Hu Xiaoheng had met with danger in New York. His most capable general had almost died without reason. Yes, it's Yi Zitan. He was executed this morning. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, but she wasn't the real mastermind. There should be someone else behind her, but the other party's security was too tight, and we couldn't find any traces at all. To prevent more information from being leaked, I directly ordered her to be executed. General G said with a half-smile, he should be executed immediately. But isn't the marksmanship of the Special Operations Forces firing squad a little too bad? I heard that in order to shoot her, your firing squad used up 3 magazines of bullets. Yes, that executioner's marksmanship is not very good. I've already asked him to practice his marksmanship more. Hu Xiaoheng's expression did not change, nor did his heart skip a beat. General Ji could not possibly have concrete evidence on this matter anyway. Even if he could guess the reason, it would forever remain a guess. It's good that you know. Dr. Ye's incident did have a negative impact. Because of her, we sacrificed 2 field agents for nothing. And Nianji, do you know why they kidnapped her? General Ji frowned. And it's the German Federal Intelligence Agency. I feel like something's off. They all knew that the German Federal Intelligence Agency's predecessor was the infamous Gestapo during World War II. I heard from Nianji that someone revealed my relationship with her to them, so... Hu Xiaoheng discreetly blamed Gu Nianji's kidnapping on himself, although he knew it was definitely not the case. The other party clearly valued Gu Nianji much more than he did. However, he did not want General Ji to notice this now, and he also did not want Gu Nianji to be noticed by the military again. Oh. That's ridiculous. Looks like Nianji was caught in the crossfire. General Ji accepted this reason. After all, Hu Xiaoheng had been active in Europe for a few years and had fought with the German Federal Intelligence Agency. It was certain that they would pay attention to Hu Xiaoheng. It's very likely that's the reason, but what exactly happened? I think I still have to make a trip to Germany. Hu Xiaoheng did not make a definite decision, but he volunteered to go to Germany. Gu Nianji was angry now, and Hu Xiaoheng did not want to have another conflict with her. Also, he did owe her a rescue. Although she had successfully rescued herself with Yi Zhichu's help, Hu Xiaoheng still held a grudge. He had to avenge Gu Nianji and teach the German Federal Intelligence Agency a lesson. You're going personally. General Ji was not very willing. Xiaoheng, it's not suitable for you to personally go on missions now. General Ji, I've already been a bodyguard for people. What job do you think I can't do? Hu Xiaoheng mocked himself. Don't worry, I'll plan ahead this time. I'll be back soon and won't waste any time. Okay, you're already the head of the Special Operations Forces. I trust your judgment and ability. General Ji felt somewhat guilty towards Hu Xiaoheng, so he did not strongly object. He only reminded him again, you must be careful and pay attention to your safety. Don't take any risks. Roger, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng saluted again to signal the end of this conversation. He could be considered to have successfully passed this test. After leaving General Ji's home, Hu Xiaoheng immediately brought Yin Shixiang back to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. They went directly to the central control room on the 6th floor of the basement. Zhao Liangze had been there for a day. Other than being on standby for Hu Xiaoheng, he was also sorting and archiving the secret documents Gu Nianji had sent back. Hu Xiao, General Ji didn't make things difficult for you, right? Seeing Hu Xiaoheng enter with a solemn expression, Zhao Liangze hurried over and asked with concern. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. General Ji is fine. I've already explained. Now, I need you to do something else. Roger, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the supercomputer in the central control room and pressed a few commands. Find all the information on ALS, the director of the German Federal Intelligence Agency, and send me his schedule for the last 10 days. I'll give you an hour. I want to receive the information before I get on the plane. Plane? Where are you going? Zhao Liangze glanced at Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang shrugged to indicate that he didn't know either. Hu Xiaoheng finally said, Big Xiong, pack up. We're going to Germany. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang immediately understood Hu Xiaoheng's intentions. They didn't say anything else and said in unison, Roger, Chief. An hour later, Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had already disguised themselves and boarded the Lufthansa plane to Berlin, Germany. Their identities this time were backpackers going on a poor vacation to Germany. They wore the most ordinary of jackets, large black-framed glasses, backpacks, and Louis Vuitton flats. Their hair was a bit greasy. The neat and tidy Germans were very careful to keep their distance from them. The two of them wanted the effect of being looked at but not being paid too much attention. 10 hours later, the plane arrived at the Berlin airport. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang successfully entered the country. Their visas and passports were all real. They had the support of the country, so they didn't have to think about smuggling themselves. The two of them rented a car from the Berlin airport and drove directly to the Berlin city center. They rented a room in a hotel a block away from the German Federal Intelligence Agency, directly facing the main entrance of the agency. In the morning, they could see the German Federal Intelligence Agency employees walking in for work. In the afternoon, they could see them coming out for lunch. In the evening, they could see them returning home from work. The two of them were already prepared, so they naturally didn't pay too much attention to other people. Their target from the beginning to the end was only one person, and that was ALS. Al's appearance was very outstanding. He had a kind of feminine beauty that was abnormal, so he stood out in the crowd. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the pattern of Al's movements for the past 10 days that Zhao Liangzi had sent him. He realized that ALS often went to a small restaurant 2 blocks away for lunch. There weren't many people on that street, so it was relatively quiet. There weren't many people in the small restaurant either. Hu Xiaoheng observed for a day and said to Yin Shixiang, "Book the tickets back to the imperial capital. We'll make our move tomorrow at noon, and then immediately board the plane." Their tickets back were booked by Huaxia Imperial Airlines. This was the only way to ensure that they wouldn't be dragged down midway like cargo. At noon the next day, the sky in Berlin was a bit gloomy. The sun only came out for a moment in the morning, but it actually started to drizzle at noon. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang both wore raincoats that could change color. They lay prone on the rooftop of the 3rd floor of the residential building across from the small restaurant. They set up their sniper rifles, put on a silencer, and aimed at the seat that ALS usually sat in the small restaurant. Hu Xiaoheng analyzed the information that Zhao Liangzi had sent over. ALS was a person with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. That was why he could walk the same route, go to the same restaurant, and sit in his habitual seat for 10 years without changing his posture or direction. For an intelligence agent, this habit was a bit strange. However, ALS didn't go out into the field. He only did internal work and assassination work, so his severe obsessive-compulsive disorder wasn't a minus, but a plus. The rain gradually thickened, and their vision was also limited. However, from the scope of the sniper rifle, everything in the cross-shaped field of view was neat and orderly. It was as clear as a database, and every position could be marked with coordinates. At 12:30, ALS appeared in their field of view on time. He wore a gray raincoat, and his hands were in his pockets as he casually walked into the restaurant. He ordered his usual fried fish and sausages, as well as a small bun and a bowl of soup. He carried it on a plate to his habitual seat and sat down. Just as he picked up his knife and fork to stab the fried fish, ALS suddenly felt that something was wrong. A red dot seemed to suddenly appear out of thin air and slid past his eyes. He looked up, but he couldn't see where the red dot had gone. If someone was sitting across from him at that moment, they would see the little red dot in the center of his forehead. In the next moment, there was a soft sound. Al's body suddenly stiffened as he stared blankly in front of him. There was a clear bullet hole in his forehead. It was very round, very much in line with the habits of people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. It took ALS 5 minutes to flop on the dining table. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had already gotten into their rented car and were driving to the airport. Yin Shixiang asked curiously, "Hu Xiao, why did you use our country's sniper rifle this time? The Germans will be able to detect it. It's to let them know that we did it, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He slammed on the accelerator and arrived at the airport in 10 minutes. After another 5 minutes, they successfully boarded the plane with the help of the airport staff. When the German intelligence agency finally received the news that ALS had been killed in the restaurant, the Hua Xia Empire's flight had already left Germany and arrived in Kazakhstan's airspace. It was the third watch. There was a second watch at 1 p.m. today, so they forgot to look at their watches. Chapter 7:14. The area 2 streets away from the Federal Intelligence Service headquarters in Berlin, Germany, was tightly sealed off. The outermost area was filled with normal riot police. They wore bulletproof helmets, bulletproof vests, and bulletproof shields. They were fully armed, but no one knew who they were guarding against. The Germans were different from the Huaxia people. They didn't like to watch a commotion. Thus, when the area was sealed off, almost all the Germans took a detour. The people who lived in the area didn't dare to poke their heads out. They all shut their doors and windows tightly. The residential buildings on both sides of the street were filled with armed soldiers. They held semi-automatic submachine guns in their hands and wore sunglasses. They occupied a high vantage point and vigilantly monitored everyone in and out of the street. On the other hand, there were many plainclothed agents walking around, searching for evidence. The center of the encirclement was the small restaurant where ALS had been sniped. The owner of the restaurant and the diners at the time had already been taken to another room and detained. It wasn't said that they were criminals. It was more accurate to say that they were witnesses at the scene, or that they could be spies. These factors couldn't be eliminated. ALS was still lying on the small dining table, but only a little black blood flowed out of the bullet hole in his forehead. On his smooth, white forehead, there was a strange, S shape that looked like a snake mark. The senior agent from the Berlin police headquarters was spitting saliva as he came to a conclusion for his own people. It's obvious that this is a cult killing people. Look at the mark on his forehead. I've seen this pattern in my many years of working cases. Many agents nodded in agreement, agreeing that what he said made sense. But some agents didn't think so. They gathered around ALS, their eyes darting around, looking at everyone in the room. Not long after, there was a sudden sound of car brakes at the entrance of the street that was surrounded by riot police. All of them. Salute. A uniformed salute came from the entrance. The police officers who were investigating the case looked up. They saw a tall man in a black trench coat walk over quickly. He had a high nose, deep eyes, blonde hair, and blue eyes. His facial features were the typical Germanic beauty. There was a small groove on his chin, and his expression was solemn. It was as if he had nothing to live for, and he had a religious aura of abstinence. All the German soldiers present were saluting him, but he was expressionless and didn't even look at them. Major General Reinitz. Is that Major General Reinitz? Why is he here? He's the head of the Federal Intelligence Agency, the head of the Federal Intelligence Agency. He just took office at the beginning of this year. The person who died was his right-hand man. He must have come to express his gratitude, right? The Berlin police officers were discussing among themselves, but Reinitz didn't walk toward them. Instead, he turned around and walked toward the 3-story residential building across from the restaurant. However, although Reinitz didn't come over, a few plainclothes agents from the Federal Intelligence Agency walked over and showed the police their IDs. We'll take over the case here. You can go now. Why? This criminal case is a murder committed by a cult. It has always been handled by our police department. You guys are the Federal Intelligence Agency. Aren't you overstepping your boundaries? The agents from the police station were indignant. Seeing that it was another big case that would cause a sensation in the country, how could they be willing to give up this opportunity to become famous? Go back and ask your bureau chief about this question. The agents from the Federal Intelligence Agency were very arrogant. They asked the policemen to leave at the slightest disagreement. Do you want to leave by yourselves, or do you want me to throw you out? The policemen didn't have a choice. They looked at the soldiers who were ready for battle, as well as the aggressive agents from the Federal Intelligence Agency. They couldn't get the support of the police headquarters, so they could only give up and retreat from the street. Before they left, they looked at the rooftop of the residential building across from the restaurant and saw that a group of people had already gathered around Major General Reinitz. They didn't know what they were doing. Reinitz, who was standing on the rooftop of the residential building, was staring at a spot on the rooftop in a daze. Major General Reinitz, this should be where the enemy set up their sniper rifle. The specialist in charge of technical support from the Federal Intelligence Agency's Directorate 6 was demonstrating the ballistic curve to Reinitz. The enemy's marksmanship is very accurate. The sniper rifle should be a Huaxia Imperial JS-0 sniper rifle. It uses an ultrafine precision bullet, and it was a headshot. The force of the bullet was just right, so it didn't penetrate Chief Al's skull. Instead, it directly exploded in a small area inside his brain. That was why there wasn't even much blood. The specifics can be verified after Chief ALS performs an autopsy and removes the bullet. Reinitz was expressionless as he said indifferently, "You already said that the bullet caused a small explosion. How can you still find evidence?" "What do you mean?" Reinitz checked the traces left by the enemy's sniper rifle again and nodded. It is indeed a sniper rifle produced by the Huaxia Empire. There is no doubt about that. Was it really the Huaxia Empire's secret service? They are simply too cruel. They actually dared to come to our territory and provoke us. Reinitz didn't shake his head or nod. A strange smile appeared on his face, but that smile quickly disappeared from his perpetually lifeless face. Just based on this evidence, we can't prove that it was the Huaxia Empire who did it. Why? Because this sniper rifle was publicly sold by the Huaxia Empire at the World Gun Show. Anyone can buy it. Just like how you can't see an American-made Remington sniper rifle and say that the murderer is an American. Reinitz's voice was very slow and gentle, but his subordinates all knew that this director of the Federal Intelligence Agency, who was comparable to the youngest major general in the Huaxia Empire, had always been a ruthless character. However, he was different from his good friend ALS. ALS was ruthless on the surface, but everyone knew that ALS was a pervert. Reinitz wouldn't physically torture people like ALS, but he could still make people wish they were dead. Oh. Then who did it? Could it really be like what the police said, that it was a cult killing people? The technical specialist was in the technical field, so he wasn't very good at analyzing cases. Reinitz didn't say anything. He turned around and walked down the building to the small restaurant across the street. A tall, beautiful woman had been waiting for him downstairs for a long time. When she saw him coming down, she walked up to him and said, "Major General Reinitz, I think this was done by the Huaxia Empire." The goal was to avenge Gu Nianji. She stared at Reinitz with obvious anger on her face as if she was accusing him. Reinitz didn't even look at her and said dryly, "Tina, are you the director or am I the director? I don't want to hear this kind of thing a second time." Tina clenched her fists and looked at Reinitz's straight back. She said coldly, "Major General Reinitz, don't you want to avenge ALS? Or are you so mesmerized by a woman that you've forgotten your duty and loyalty?" Reinitz ignored her and quickly walked to the small restaurant. He looked at ALS, who was collapsed on the table, and turned around to give an order. "Check all the flights in and out of Berlin in the past 3 days. Find the targets. Everyone from the Huaxia Empire, regardless of nationality." He frowned and raised the level of his opponent in his mind. Reinitz really didn't expect the Huaxia Empire's revenge to be so swift and violent. For the past few days, he had been dealing with the fact that all the files in the Federal Intelligence Agency's central control system had been wiped clean. All field personnel had to be recalled, all the keys had to be changed, and all communications had to be temporarily stopped. Because of this, when he received news that ALS had been killed, it was already a few hours late. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang were already in Kazakhstan's airspace. Reinitz thought about it for a few minutes before personally sending a special message to the chairman of the Huaxia Imperial Military Supreme Council, General Ji, as a Major General of the German Army and the Director of the Federal Intelligence Agency. In the special message, he asked the Huaxia Imperial Military why the trajectory of a Huaxia Imperial sniper rifle would appear at the scene where ALS, the director of the Federal Intelligence Agency's First Bureau, was killed in Berlin, Germany. He also asked the Huaxia Imperial Military for a list of customers who had purchased JS-0 sniper rifles from the Huaxia Empire in the past few years. Of course, Reinitz wasn't naive enough to think the Huaxia Empire would give him a list of customers. He was only using this method to warn the Huaxia Imperial Military and tell them that he knew what they had done in Berlin. When General Ji saw the special message from Germany, he finally realized what Huaxia Imperial had been up to. He instantly flew into a rage and threw a tantrum in his office. He really doesn't listen. I told him not to take risks. However, he definitely wouldn't care about the Germans' provocation. General Ji had his secretary send a simple reply, trade secret, no comment. At the same time, he had Secretary Chao go to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to stop Huaxia Imperial again. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang left the Imperial Capital International Airport, got into Fan Jian's car, and went straight to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. They had only been gone for 2 days this time, and their movements were as fast as lightning. However, both of them were very calm. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this, so there was nothing to be excited about. Moreover, Hu Xiaoheng's pent-up anger hadn't been alleviated by Al's death. However, as soon as they returned to the headquarters, they were stopped by Secretary Chao. Major General Hua, please be kind and come with me quickly. General Ji almost flipped the dinner table. Secretary Chao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had only been 3 days, and he had already gone to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to arrest people twice. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. How did General Ji know what had happened so quickly? Secretary Chao took a step closer to him and whispered, "The Germans sent a special message." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. The other party's reaction was indeed fast. He followed Secretary Chao to General Ji's study. He had just left this study 2 days ago, and now he was back here again. There was only a desk lamp in the study, so it was a bit dim. General Ji sat behind the wide desk. As soon as he saw him enter, he shouted, "How many times have I told you? Don't take risks. Don't take risks. You've turned a deaf ear, haven't you?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't say a word and allowed General Ji to scold him. General Ji scolded him for almost 15 minutes. After he was done, he finally relaxed a bit. He picked up the teacup on the desk and took a sip of tea. He leaned back in his chair tiredly. "You've made a big target this time. The other party won't let this go easily." Hu Xiaoheng finally looked up and said calmly, "Yes, I did it on purpose. 2 of our field agents died because of them, so they must pay the price. This price must be that if you respect me, I will respect you 10 times. Otherwise, these people wouldn't learn their lesson." General Ji admired Hu Xiaoheng's toughness, but he didn't believe Hu Xiaoheng's explanation. Why must it be ALS? Even if you respect them 10 times, why pick the second in command of the Federal Intelligence Agency? This is like the other party coming to kill your deputy commander. Can you tolerate it? General Ji stared at Hu Xiaoheng and saw all the changes in his expression. Hua Xiaoheng remained unmoved. They have to tolerate it even if they can't tolerate it. Of course, this isn't over, but when will they let us go? Why should we find a way out for them? This made so much sense that General Ji was actually speechless. He was also reflecting on himself. Was it because he was getting older that he really didn't have the fearless drive of a young man? After a long time, General Ji waved his hand. All right, you can go back. I'll give you 3 months off to get some rest. Your murderous aura has been too strong recently. It's not good for your work. This was the first update, and it had 3,500 words. It was as good as the third update with 1,000 words, right? Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. I have to remind everyone of the recommendation votes. There was a second update at 7 p.m. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.